Hello? Okay, we're good. Sorry, I don't know why that was muted for some reason. Don't know. Good thing I checked. Good thing I checked. Okay, now let me just put this back into performance mode. Excuse me if this loads. Good. Okay, let me check one more time. Excuse me if this loads. Good. Okay, let me check one more time. Okay, that's the best I can do. I don't care to fix it right now. Okay, sorry that took so long. But what did I even say at the beginning? I don't know. I think I said sub gang or something. They went to check audio to make sure that was working. Good thing I checked, because it wasn't. It was muted. Real quick. Yeah, just a quick shout out to everyone over on Kick. Followers recently over the holidays. So thank you so much for everyone over there. I'm surprised we're even able to pull in numbers like that within like 7 months. Just because I can't really read Kick chat at the same time as YouTube chat. So, regardless, thank you to all those people, and I do try to follow everyone back if I'm able to, if it pops up in my little notification thing. So shout out to you guys. You guys crushed it. Love you guys. With the rate we're growing over there, we're basically growing faster than I ever grew on YouTube, to be honest. Since I've been doing YouTube for 12 years. I know, crazy. I sound like I'm like 80 years old. I'm not, though. I'm only 25. Doesn't feel like it, though. But yeah, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to everyone over on Kick for hitting 100 followers, because that's we're making good moves over there. Not a lot of chatters though, but I mean, again, I can't read chat, so it's fine for now. But yeah, is this the New Year's video you expected this year? Probably not. I think I'm just gonna talk for a bit. I don't know if we're really gonna do anything, to be honest. I mean, I had plans to, but there's so much I just want to talk about with this year, and, you know, just kind of everything, and sort of make sense of shit a little bit. So, yeah, I'm sorry this is not, you know, the anticipated yearly celebration everyone is always waiting for every year, you know. Usually I try to go hard with it, you know. Usually I try to have like a best of video going on at the same time, usually. But this year is just not the case. Alright. So just, you know, if you want to listen to me ramble, go for it. If you don't, go for it. I'm not even gonna like try and reach out or anything. I'm just gonna just free flow, you know? Kind of just talk about stuff and whatnot. And I'm just, you know, sorry that this is not the video people wanted for tonight. You know, I apologize, okay? But this year has been a lot, and there's a lot we gotta talk about. And plans for next year, and that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm gonna just do my thing, just try and talk for a bit. I don't know how long this will be, and I don't know what I'll be doing after. I'm sure as hell not staying awake until like fucking 5 in the morning or whatever. Definitely not happening. Hell, I might even go to bed before fucking midnight. Who knows? I have no fucking idea. All I know is that I'm fucking tired. Just because it's New Year's doesn't mean I get to fucking just throw my shit out the window, you know? I mean, I'm sure that's true for, like, literally anyone else, but I got too much on my plate to just, like, ruin myself for the night. I can't be doing that kind of shit right now. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Anyway, um, so I don't even know where to start this, like, conversation at all. Like I said, I'm just gonna kind of just free flow, whatever just comes to my mind at the time and whatnot. Um, I would put something in the background, but I don't know what to do for that. I guess I could play my own videos in the background, just like mute it or something. I don't know. People are ADHD like that. And people that don't want to listen to me just ramble, they might want to look at something happening. Um, so let me try and find something real quick. We could do this, it's not even here anymore. Where is that? Right here. I was going to say the best of 11 years, maybe. I don't know. I do not know what to put in the background. Give me a moment. Try and think of something. Something that makes sense, kinda, for those ADHD brains out there. I feel like Marvel Rivals could be good. I could go for something classic, though. To be honest. God, I have so many fucking videos. This is crazy. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. I don't know. I really don't. I'm trying to think of something that doesn't have a lot of, like, pauses in it. I can't really think of anything. Ignore those, by the way. Those don't matter. Gotta be something, dude, right? Give me some like Black Ops 3 or something to put in the background. Something. Give me some. The people need something, dude. Something that can work without audio. Sorry, I'm like touching my mic and shit. I need not do that. Honestly, maybe the Black Ops 3 videos would be good for those. If I can fucking find them, where are they? There they are. Okay, I'll just play these in the background. I'm gonna mute it first. Gonna turn down my volume too, so I also don't have to hear myself in the background. Because, wow, the audio difference was massive. Set it like that. I should set it to audio just in case something goes wrong. Is that gonna be good? Just some classic Black Ops 3 content from when? 2017. Let's just put that in the background for now. It's something for people that just want to look at stuff, I guess. I don't know. So yeah, again, sorry this is not the typical, yearly celebration style video that people look forward to, for the channel, and just most people's channels at the end of the day. I'm sorry there was no best of video either. I didn't know how to do it. I could put it all into like a playlist or something, but yeah, I don't know yet. I'll try and figure that out, because it's not like there was much, to be honest. In terms of content, this was not one of the good years, but I mean the past, like, 5 years of content just haven't been that good. I would say no fault of my own, but I made some dumb decisions in the past, Everything has kind of led to this point. Not everything has been my fault, don't get me wrong. You know, some of the bad shit decisions I made were for like survival purposes. You know, that kind of thing. Like going to homeless the first time back in 2018, I think 2017. Um, that really changed the entire course of my life. To be honest, that was almost 10 years ago now. It's about to be 9 years ago. Um, but yeah, I mean, let's just like breeze over that real quick because as the years go by, you know, I kind of just now that I have spent years just kind of just in my own zone and just having time to like process things and think about things and whatnot. Um, I really do question what would have happened if I didn't like force myself to go homeless before I graduated high school, to be honest. I mean, deep down, my body tells me that I wouldn't be alive right now if I didn't do that, because those were like the two options I was battling with. It's either I leave this toxic, abusive household, or I do something worse to myself. You know what I mean? I want to say it, because YouTube doesn't like those words, but you kind of get what I'm getting at a little bit, I hope. And, it just kind of makes me wonder, like, how, what could have happened differently, if I didn't do that and I just graduated normally with all my friends and whatnot, and just had a better time, I guess. I can't change the past, obviously. Time machines don't exist yet, and if they did, that would probably destroy the universe as a whole. If I just went back in time and fixed my shit, that probably wouldn't be good for the universe. Let's just be honest about that, but, I try not to dwell on the past much. But there's this, like, thing. Like, I don't know if it's just me, or maybe there's, like, other people. There's probably other people. There's no way I'm the only person, but there's just this like, part of me deep down where I think about how things could have just went differently for, like, every aspect of my life, the good and the bad, Like, there's plenty of times that should have killed me, but obviously I'm still alive. And there's times that, like, I wouldn't, otherwise be alive and whatnot. And I think, like, how that could have went differently, too, and whatnot. And I don't know, it's just something I just dwell in the past. It's part of being traumatized as a kid, I guess. I don't know. Like, I've never just had, like, a normal life at any point. Something that people desperately try to get away from is a normal life. Meanwhile, that is something I am desperately craving again. And I have been for the past 8 years now. Is just to have a normal fucking life again. And, don't get me wrong, people have it worse than I do, I definitely don't have it the worst. I'm not, like, in a fucking war zone. I'm not, like, starving to death and whatnot. It could be much worse than it is. But it also could be a lot better, too. The past, like, 8... But my whole life could have been better than it is, to be honest. But, I don't like to give up. And I'll be honest, at this point, I don't even know what the fuck I'm fighting for, to be honest. Like, I mean, after I I always say beat, every time I overcame depression during the COVID times, I just, life just seemed better after coming out of that, like, 8 years of depression and whatnot. The trees were greener, the sky was brighter and whatnot. Hold on, I'm getting messages. I got his phone. Okay, I'll respond to that after. Now's not the time for that. What was I saying? God, I need to just turn this shit on mute so I don't get distracted there. Okay, what was I even talking about? Coming out of depression, an 8-year-long depression and whatnot, you know, the world seemed better, brighter, happier. I noticed little things, like birds flying by and whatnot, and that was just something I just wasn't used to when I was depressed. Um, which is depressing in itself to even just think back on and talk about, but that's just how bad chronic depression gets, to be honest. The world was literally different compared to coming out of it. And, you know, if you're someone that struggles like that, don't do what I did. Don't just wait it out. Because, man, I've made, like, so many bad choices that have probably cut, like, many years off my life, to be honest. Just because I was depressed and didn't want to, like, get help for it. Don't be like that. Okay? For the love of God, please don't do that. It's not worth it. It's not, okay? We're not supposed to be, like, fighting on our own and shit. That's not what humans were designed for. Since the dawn of time. So, if you were in a similar situation like I was, being depressed for 8 years and whatnot, just get professional help, okay? Like, it's gonna be scary at first, but just don't do what I did, man. Because I'm gonna regret it down the line. That I waited 8 years. I mean, like, thankfully it's not as bad as it ever was. It's been much better since then. Overcoming it, learning how to control it, understanding the signals and triggers and all that kind of stuff. But like when it's that bad for enough time, it is just part of you at that point, Like, it's part of your personality, it's part of your life. And when it's gone, you're confused. Because you don't feel like you anymore, even though you're more you than you were. It's fucking confusing. But the point being is, just, like, if you're in a similar position like I was, just don't try and do it on your own, okay? Like, I'm proud that I'm still alive at the end of the day, because I really shouldn't be, due to just many different factors. So I mean, like, that's a mostly good thing. I think, I hope. But again, just when you're that depressed and shit for that long, you just make some really bad choices in your life, and you have to live with those consequences as you get older. I'm not saying like I did anything like terrible. Like, I've never hurt an innocent person or anything like that. That's not who I am. But I mean, like, to myself. Like, one of the worst things I did just because I was depressed was going into an abandoned building that very clearly had a sign that was like poisonous soil or something like that. And that's why it was abandoned. Because, like, it's toxic to just be breathing in. And I just went in there fucking carefree. I didn't give a shit. No gas mask or anything. I just went in there. And sure enough, I did find a gas mask. And sure enough, I did put it on like a fucking idiot as well. I'm surprised I didn't get, like, some sort of severe sickness. But I mean, like, fucking, whatever is going to happen to me is just going to happen to me regardless. Like, it's just going to happen because of that. And that's just one thing I did. Just because I didn't know what to do anymore with life, Fucking 8-year-long depression and shit. Fucking everyone leaving, having to do everything on my own. Family doesn't even fucking talk to me anymore. It was a rough time. I don't want you guys to make those same mistakes. Because at the end of the day, this is the only life we do get. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who you are. So, yeah. Why did I even talk about that? I don't remember. I don't know what triggered that to happen. Gotta stay on track here. Okay, so for those of you that have been around for maybe the 12 years I've been making content for. Or maybe you're new. I don't know. But this era of content that you're seeing in the background, um, this was the prime of content in the channel. You know, I had a good camera, I had a good microphone, I had a $3,000 fucking dollar computer, and fucking, you know, I had literally everything I needed to be successful. And then, you know, shit went wrong as it always fucking does all the time. And, you know, I had to make the decision that, you know, it's either I take myself out and not for dinner, or I go homeless for what was supposed to be the only time, but it was the first time it happened because I went homeless twice. Those were my two options when I was 17 turning 18. Literally my two options. And sure enough, I walked out. And I didn't just walk out, to be fair. Everything that was mine or wasn't mine, I literally moved outside. Like couches, TVs, fucking tables, beds, you fucking name it, dude. I moved everything out of that fucking house. Just to prove a point that I am, like, not coming back, basically. Sure, it probably took me like 5 hours just to do that. There's fucking no point in doing that, but that's just how fucking upset I was, you know? I literally took everything out of the house and put it outside. That's literally what I did. And then I left. In, like, the middle of fucking winter, mind you. But, you know, I was smart about it. I was able to stay inside a laundromat for a bit because I realized the owner doesn't come around all the time, you know? So I, like, put something on the door. I don't know if this is gonna, like, criminally, like, outline me or some shit. I really don't know. He didn't charge me or anything. He just told me to get out, but I'd put, like, 2 pieces of tissue on the door so it doesn't lock. Then I would just, like, go in there after midnight and just sleep there. And I would do my best to try and wake up before, like, their opening hours start, because I didn't want just normal people to just walk in there and see just a dude sleeping inside the laundromat, you know, because that just wouldn't be good. And, you know, that was working for, like, I want to say, like, 2 weeks or so, you know. And then I had some people, like, give me some money. I had a friend give me some money. Put in my bike handle. I had an old teacher give me money as well, because he just saw how rough it was for me. And then sometimes I'd have, like, these old ladies come up from, like, the church, and they'd give me, like, you know, pamphlets to go to the church and free dinners, and they would also slide me, like, $10 or whatever, just to get some food for the day. I never begged anyone for help or anything, to be honest. I just kind of like, sat there, not really knowing what to do, to be honest. I mean, obviously, after, like, a couple days, I was hoping someone would be like, oh, here's a bagel, or here's, like, $10 or whatever, you know? Like, obviously, at a certain point, I was hoping for it, but I wasn't going out to people asking for it. And no matter how hard life gets, I still don't like asking for fucking help. I don't know why. I don't know what has made me that way, to be honest. But that's just part of who I am, I guess. And then, I don't know how long that went on for. Because my dad did try to get me back home at some point. Probably after, like, a couple weeks or whatever. And obviously, I was just like, yeah, no. Like, you're literally the reason why I'm doing this. Why would I go back? You know? And I just straight up told him that, too. Like, I got nothing to fucking hide, bro. Not at all. That's just straight up how I said it. Well, I used a lot more swearing, probably. Because, like, I'm mad at myself for, like, doing this to myself. But I was also just mad at the situation and him just not being the best person. Just in general. And, you know, that went on for I don't know exactly. Because after some time, my grandmother recently passed away this year. Um, she did like call like a type of authority to like try and like hunt me down, basically. Not hunt me down to like kill me, but like hunt me down to like save my life and whatnot. And I have no idea how they found me. These dudes are like actual detectives, to be honest, because I was literally all over the entire town every hour of the day. Like it was hard to just kind of track me down a little bit. But they did it somehow. I don't know how. I think they literally just saw me like walking on the street at some point, and that's when I was taken into the care of CIS for a bit, which regrettably was probably the best position I've ever been in my entire fucking life, to be honest, because they they were doing their best to help me get my life, you know, back on track again, and you know, I get an allowance of like $1,000 or whatever every month, or not, or whatever. I mean, that's fucking more than I'm getting right now, to be honest. But you know, and they'd put money into the savings for you, and you know, like if you need shoes, they would cover that. If you need winter clothes, they'd cover that. If you're low on rent, like they covered that. Like they were very good to, at least to me. I've heard bad stories from like other people or like around my age and whatnot being like similar situations, but I don't know. The people I had helping me out were just phenomenal, to be honest. And you know, I did go homeless a second time after that. I think that one was in 2019. Um, and you know, every time I went homeless, obviously I can't take all my belongings with me. So a lot of things I just gave away, a lot of things I literally just thrown out, a lot of things I just left there for like other people to just do with what they wish with my shit, you know? And that happened like 3 different times, even though I've only been homeless twice, but that happened like 3 different times where I literally had to leave like 95% of my belongings just wherever I was. And that's what happened with, you know, the $3,000 computer. I literally just had to give it to my friend so I could like stay with his family for like literally like the duration of summer, which is like 3 months. Because that was his whole goal for the summer, was to get a job to save up for a computer. And that was the only leverage I had. Is literally take this $3,000 computer to give me a roof over my head. We agreed that, like, you know, you don't have to feed me every day or whatever, you know, every like second, third day, you know, whatever it may be. Because they're not like wealthy by any means, you know, they were barely getting by as it was too. But they, you know, they let me stay there. They didn't feed me every day, but I mean, that's fine at the end of the day. At least I'm like not gonna freeze to death or, you know, get eaten by a fucking bear or some shit, you know. And the second time, um, I just kind of felt like I was a burden to people that I was living with. Because at that point, I was just trying to heal from everything. I didn't want to do anything at that point. And that was like peak depression period too, after just coming out of being homeless and whatnot. And they just, I don't know, they didn't see me for everything I've been through. They just seen me for what was happening at that current time. And I didn't want to cause them any pain or problems at all. Like, there was this one time where, I think it was when I first started smoking, the grass, if you will. Um, it was obviously too strong, whatever the fuck I ordered, but I literally went into like almost a full-on coma for like 2 whole days, 48 hours. I stayed in bed, sleeping for most of that, to be fair. I didn't get up to eat, I didn't get up to go to the fucking washroom, I didn't get up to do anything. I was just stuck, just rolling side to side for like 48 hours. And it was literally at the point where I didn't even do my dishes anymore. because I just wanted to stay in fucking bed all day and just fucking not do anything. And, you know, there's a pile of dishes and whatnot. I mean, like, it was my side of the house, to be fair. You know, I mean, like, I get it's their stuff and whatnot, but I mean, it was my side of the house at the end of the day. But, you know, obviously they were like, the fuck is going on? You know, this is no way to live and whatnot. You gotta pull your weight if you want to, you know, live in this home. And these were like, these were Christian people too. So, you know, that just made me feel even worse when they would get mad at me, because, like, you don't see Christians get mad that often, to be fair, but no, they were just getting pretty mad, just the fact that I just didn't really have the will to live in me anymore at that point, to be honest. And that's literally why I left. I just fucking wrote him a note, took what I could that was mine, and then I just left. And I was like, you know, I don't want to cause you guys problems at all. That's not what I want. I just want to heal through my fucking past and shit. I want to get better. I want to figure life out again. You know, return to a normal fucking life for once. And that's why I went home the second time. And that was shorter lived than the first time for sure. And, you know, that was probably the richest I've ever been in my life, because obviously I'm not paying rent or bills or anything like that. And I was just having money all the time. The second time wasn't as bad. And I had a friend who was also homeless at the same time with me. You know, he was part of it. And then he found this third homeless guy. Don't know where the fuck he found this dude from. But he brought them into like our little, you know, our spot, basically. And that guy just kind of ruined it for both of us. He made like a really big fire and whatnot. You know, people sort of caught on that there's dudes just living there. Like, we weren't like deep into the forest or anything. We were just like on the outskirts. Just so it'd be easier to get food and whatnot and survive and all that shit. Because if we're deeper in, you know, it's just gonna be like coyotes and bears and shit like that. But closer to like the main roads and whatnot is mostly just like raccoons. I mean, there is like the odd coyote here and there, to be fair, but they're mostly attracted to the scent of food. Aside from that raccoon, he never wanted my food. I guess he felt safe with me being there, because he would like sleep under me. It sounded like he had fucking rabies though, because that dude would not shut the fuck up at any point. But like every time I went to like go to sleep, he would just show up like an hour later and just kind of like lay under like my log bed thing that I made. I don't even know how to describe it. It was like a floating platform with like a tarp over it, basically. And that was my bed for multiple months. And maybe that's why I have like issues with summer heat now, where it feels like I'm suffocating, and like I literally have gotten mild heat stroke for multiple years. Almost every single time it's over like 25 degrees. So maybe that's part of it, because I was literally sleeping outdoors for months on end, and my body had to like adjust to that. So my body doesn't know how to adjust to like being indoors, because it's a different temperature between indoors and outdoors, you know. And I think my body's just trying to heat itself up all the time now. So it kind of messes things up a little bit. I don't know why this video just went dark at the end there. I probably mentioned that in the description. I don't know. But yeah, those were the first two times, you know. Those were the times I don't want to say those were the times I was the happiest, because obviously I'm really fighting to survive in the wilderness. And, you know, again, we're not like fucking, you know, thousands of feet into the forest or whatever, you know. Like, you know, we were we weren't close enough to just walk up to places if need be to get food and whatnot, blankets or whatever, clothes even. Showering was probably the hardest thing to do. Showering was very hard. Because, like, what do you do? You know, use someone's hose outside? Jump in the lake, maybe? But probably not, because it's gross and dirty. There's, like, a public pool, but you have to, like, buy your pass to get into the pool just to shower. You know? Showering was definitely the hardest thing to do. And I don't know if it was just me, but, you know, there was long stretches of time where I wasn't able to shower during the homeless periods. And I'll be honest, I don't really think I smelled that bad. Like, my body itself didn't smell that bad. My clothes, obviously, would smell, but my body itself didn't smell that bad. So that's why I was able to just get, like, new clothes instead of showering, obviously. But yeah, though, you know, it wasn't as bad. The person that was staying homeless with me at the same time, he smelled so much worse. He still did when he wasn't homeless. No offense to him if he watches my videos or anything. Not like we're on fucking good terms anyways. I don't like this guy anymore. I don't want to see his face ever again, to be honest, but he just smelled really bad as like a human being. Just not good. Like, it smelled like he'd never showered the day in his life. And maybe that's like a genetic issue. I don't fucking know. Maybe he just like never does laundry. I don't know the fucking science behind it, but everyone that does know that guy can agree that he smells fucking god awful. And I'm glad I never smelled anywhere close to that. Anyway. So yeah, you know. Like I said, I didn't explain all the stories because I don't have time for that, but, you know, it's clear to see that, you know, life has not been the best to me by any means. And that was just, like, that's from 2017 to 2019. That's like less than a 3-year period of those two stories, basically. And that's not even going into detail of everything that happened and whatnot. You know, like my 18th birthday, trying not to be stabbed to death by a roommate. What a great birthday, by the way. I love that day so much. I literally will never forget it because I can't. I remember every, like, little fucking detail about that morning. I won't tell the story because it's not a good story to tell, and I don't like to think about it. But yeah, no, but one of the roommates I had, or the roommate I had, I don't know, I think he got home drunk. Not even home, just in the room. This is like a boarding kind of like situation or whatever. Like a group home sort of thing. With like, you know, like 10 different rooms or whatever. 2 people per room type of thing. Whatever the fuck you call those, I don't know. But yeah, no, this guy was like one of like the town dealers, if you will, and he was very drunk one night, I guess. And I didn't like to be in the same room as him as it was. But when he woke up, I think like 4 or 5 hours after he passed out, he was looking for his wallet, and immediately, just because he's this type of person, he immediately thought that I took his wallet. And do you know how hard it is? Most of you probably don't, because you've never been in a situation like this. But do you know how hard it is to talk your way out of someone that wants to kill you? You know? Like, good on me for, like, having the ability to do that, I guess, but, like, bro 100% wanted me dead. And he was, like, 2 feet away from me, saying all this stuff and whatnot as I'm just fucking laying in bed, enjoying my time. Anyway, I don't want to talk more about it because I don't like to think about it, but most of you probably can't relate to shit like that, I guess. But yeah, it wasn't easy. Especially because he's hungover, which didn't help. I don't know how I did it. I don't know how I talked myself or tucked him out of killing me. I don't know how. I never took his wallet, by the way. It was literally in his jeans, which were on the fucking ground beside him. But no, I literally just tried to rationalize with him. And then like 2 days later, he like got arrested or whatever. Because I came back like I think the night after that, and there was just like some woman in my bed, and I was like, not cool, bro. You know, like if she's in your bed or whatever, that's fucking fine. I don't give a fuck. But that's my bed. You know, that's my bed, bro. It's like a man's rule. You don't do that shit. And then yeah, I think like the morning after that, he like got arrested or whatever. I didn't call the police or anything, to be fair. But no, I think he threatened a pregnant woman or something. Like the night, the night some random woman was in my bed. Not the same woman, obviously, but I think that's what he did though. Also, seeing Renard the Fox that just gave me so many memories from the show Magicians, dude. Fucked up show. Good show though. Fucked up though. I don't. I wouldn't recommend it if you don't like gory stuff. I don't even like gory stuff. I just did it for like, you know, the fantasy aspect of it. Anyway, getting off topic here. I just I saw that name pop up in the background, and I was like, oh, that brought back memories of that guy. That's not good. Anyway, so yeah, shit, happened a lot, and then things got kind of better. You know, um, this future's literal psychopath helped me move into a place because he knew I was homeless and whatnot. And I mean, he didn't seem like a psychopath at first, to be fair. Like, he did seem like a genuine, just normal guy with anger issues. Um, but no, it turns out he was like on antipsychotics and whatnot, and he would chop you up into a million little tiny pieces if he had the chance to, basically. But he got me into a place because he was looking at renting a place, and he asked the landlord if they had an extra room for me specifically, and the landlord was like, "Yeah, everything was going well for the most part." I think rent was only like $500 too, which is nice. Mind you, this was back in like 2019 or whatever. We just had to buy our own food, and if the landlord wanted the living room, then he gets the living room. Clean up your messes, and, basic fucking shit. It was nothing crazy at all. And most of the time for weekends and stuff, he wasn't even there anyway, so he would just let us kind of do whatever as long as we don't burn the house down and whatnot, which is cool. But then something happened that changed the course of the next 5 years up to this point. So, like, the end of 2019 going into 2020 up till now. And then those are things that I have never really touched base on at any point. By the way, the content you're seeing is before I went homeless. That's why I seem so disheveled, if you will. Still the best year of content, though, to be fair. We had the community fucking going off. We were able to do Q&As. We were growing steadily. I was able to do stuff with fans. And then everything just kind of fell apart. And I just explained that part too. But before I get into the past like 5 years, and maybe I'll touch base on the end of 2019 because I literally almost fucking died. And not because of the roommate, but because of COVID. But I think before that I need to smoke something to keep my brain going here. And then well, this will all make sense in the end, okay? Just kind of bear with me. But there's just a lot of stuff I I haven't really, told you guys yet. I just I want to explain the years after being homeless and whatnot because, I had a movie of the first year being homeless. I know, crazy. I literally made a movie about the worst time of my life. Isn't that cool? It's not Hollywood level or anything, obviously, but it's still cool that I did that. The worst period of my life, turned it into a movie, dude. Who else has really done something like that? Probably like a handful of people. And maybe we'll react to that at some point. I don't know. It's not for the faint of heart by any means. It's very depressing, and I make some very not good jokes. But again, they were the darkest, years of my life and whatnot. And just kind of, I don't know. I made like a documentary style movie out of it, sort of leading up to it, what happened during it, and then what happened after it. Basically, was the whole idea there. But yeah, it's called Year of the Phoenix if you want to watch it at some point. Again, not for the faint of heart. You know, everything I did say in that video, I don't obviously mean it. I was just trying to be amusing, but also dealing with the demons and whatnot, if you will. So if you hear me say something you don't agree with, then just know I didn't I didn't mean any of those things that I said when I was homeless and whatnot. It's just me trying to be funny and make content, I guess. Dark humor, obviously. Just saying those things in a normal, comedic sense is not funny, but in the terms of, dark humor, with the right setup and context, it would have been better. But yeah, you can watch that if you want to. It's, if you just want to learn about me and the shit I've been through, and that's probably just 2 to 3 years of my life was able to turn into a movie. So just imagine what would happen if I took my entire life and turned that into a movie. That'd be like Lord of the Rings style fucking movie. That'd be really long. And there probably wouldn't be any much good parts either. I know that's fucking depressing, but it's part of my life, I don't really have many good things to talk about at any point. I talked about that before too. People growing up thought that was like a pity tactic or some shit. I just wanted people to pity me. Meanwhile, I'm just dude, it's literally all I can talk about because I don't have anything good to talk about. I'm sure you feel that way about the stories I tell, but what else am I supposed to say? Other than nothing, I guess. But people would ask questions what have you done this year? Or how's life going? Or what was middle school like or whatever. And I just drop bombshells on them, and they're like, okay, I don't want this anymore. I wanted something good. But my bad, bro. My bad that I don't have fucking anything for you. That's just how my life goes, though. Probably about 5% of my life is filled with good things. Well, in a fuck life sense. In a, oh, I'm still alive and whatnot sense, that, a higher percentage for sure. But in terms of what I wanted out of life, definitely just very low. In terms of good things. Anyway, give me a moment to smoke this real quick so I can keep my train of thought going here. Alright, thank you for waiting patiently, y'all. Sorry that I'm not reading chat or anything. This video probably won't reach the algorithm either, just because I'm not watching it back in real time right now or anything, but, you know. I just, like I said, I just needed to take this time to just talk about almost everything over the past bit. Anyway, so, I talked about how I almost died during COVID when it first showed up, before vaccines were a thing. I was literally fading in and out of life and existence itself. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. I was literally, like, dying and then, like, coming back, and then dying and then coming back again. In, like, little, like, 20-second bursts. It was the worst thing ever, and I probably should have been rushed to, like, the emergency hospital room or whatever. But no one wanted to speak up for some reason. I mean, they would obviously ask, like, are you okay, or whatever. Obviously, I'm not, though. All I was literally able to do was push the button on my phone to time it. Just for when I go to see a doctor, basically. And maybe that has something to do with, like, the health issues that I've experienced since then as well. Maybe. I don't know. It's never happened again. Every time I've had COVID since, like, vaccines and stuff, it's been pretty mild. You know? Not, like, puking my guts out or anything like that, to be fair. I mean, it's pretty painful, like, cramping-wise and stuff. Like, your whole body just cramps up and shit, but... the first time was definitely the worst of it. And I was dying. I was literally dying. And with people fucking around me with phones, dude. People around me with phones. Just being like, are you good? Can I get you anything? Do you need something? I couldn't even speak. I could, like, shake my head a little bit or nod slightly. But other than that, I was literally staring at the wall for, like, hours. Just pressing that button on my phone. Just keep timing every time I fade out and come back into existence again. And that was probably the closest I've ever been to death. Aside from pouring gasoline onto a fire and then the fire, like, cut the jerry can tip. That very well could have exploded right in front of me as I'm holding it. And that definitely would have killed me, probably, for sure. But that didn't happen. It took me like a second or two to actually throw it away for some fucking reason, because of just panic. But no, the first time getting COVID was definitely the closest I've been at death's door, for sure. Like, I was very close to dying. And no one decided to bring me to the hospital or, like, call an ambulance or something, which blows my mind. Like, I understand that, we were all, like, fucking, like, 19, 18, whatever, 20, I get that. But someone should have noticed, like, hey, something's not right, And I'm sure maybe they asked if I, like, need to go to the hospital or something, and I just can't fucking respond, which is an immediate yes, like, 100% of the fucking time. If you ask someone if they need help and they don't respond, obviously they need fucking help, It's kind of just first aid 101, dude. Common sense, at least I would think so. Common sense is fucking common, but it is what it is, I guess. But yeah, I don't know, maybe that's part of the health issues and whatnot, too. Anyway, so the psychopath roommate that got me there. I also brought Trevor there, too, because he didn't have anywhere else to go. Your favorite officer. That's what I call him now for you guys. He was living there, too, at the same time. But yeah, the second roommate, like, he got this, like, girl to come over, because obviously they wanted to do stuff and whatnot. Obviously, I can't get into details about it. And I won't get into details, but they wanted to hook up, basically. And I don't know what happened, because they were alone for, like, a bit, for, like, a couple hours. But then she came over to me and wanted me instead, and I'm just like, what the fuck even is happening right now? Like, I'm not the reason you're here. I don't even know who you are. And then she, like, hugged me for a very long time, and I was like, you're not for me. I don't need you. And then, things led to another and whatnot. And yeah, she wanted me more than him, I guess. Don't know why. Don't know what I did. Other than nothing, I was just literally just there in the same fucking house. That was about it. Turns out that's just kind of what she does. Little did I know at the time. But yeah, stuff happened and whatnot. And he was not happy about it. Rightfully so. Basically just took his girl from him without literally trying to. I never even spoke a word to her before she ran up to me and whatnot. And maybe it has something to do with my warning about him, because there was some stories and whatnot going around about the way he treats women and whatnot. So maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. But yeah, things happened. He got very mad. He threw coffee on me and shit, and tried to just throw things at me multiple times, or break into my bedroom. Because again, he was on antipsychotics. Like I said, he would literally kill someone if he had the chance to. And obviously, I would not let him into my bedroom. Mostly for her sake, because I know she would also, play a part in whatever he's planning for, essentially. But yeah, eventually the landlord kicked him out, I think, just because of how mad he was getting, and he was, damaging property and whatnot. And yeah, it wasn't a good time. And he came back, I think the day after he got kicked out, or whatever. And he was just trying to break in through the front door and whatever. And she was still there, and then your favorite officer was there as well still. And, they were both freaking the fuck out. Literally fucking crying over this. Rightfully so. I mean, this guy is trying to break down your door, being I'm going to kill you, obviously. That's definitely something worth crying over, for sure, but obviously, at this point, for me, this was not my first time dealing with someone like that. And the landlord was not home. He was gone for a couple days, going hunting and whatnot with his friends. And it was my responsibility to protect the house, protect, the people living there and whatnot. And so I did. I had to do what I had to do, being the man of the house at the time. And the cops did show up eventually. And they asked us if we wanted to press charges. Obviously, I'm like, hell yeah. Get this dude behind bars, dude. He shouldn't be outside like this. Threatening people like that. Trying to break into our fucking home, But her and a favorite officer decided not to press charges. And they would only press charges if all three of us were in agreement that we should press charges. I don't know why the fuck they didn't want to. Obviously, they're fucking terrified. They're not thinking clearly. But they should have said yes to that, for sure. Or get a, restraining order or something. Because I basically had to sneak around the town anytime I wanted to go out, just to make sure he wasn't looking for me, basically. Because he definitely would have tried to kill me if he had the chance to. And yeah, that was my life for a bit. And shortly after that, she started bringing all these random fucking dudes over. And older dudes too. All three of us, or I guess, all three of us were 19, 18. I think she was 18. Yeah. Trevor was 17, I think, turning 18, because his birthday's in December. So he was a few months out. Something like that. We were just getting out into the adult world at that point. And she would bring over these fucking 28-year-olds and shit. Not even bring them over, just invite them into our home. Our home, mind you. which I just don't fucking agree with. You don't know who the fuck these people are, first of all. Most of the time they're drunk, and the fact that they're willing to drive like 3 hours just to show up at like 2 in the morning, drunk as fuck. It's like so many fucking red flags with these people, dude. It was never good. Um, but yeah, little did I know that's just kind of what she does. She's not loyal in the slightest. She cheats on literally everyone before and after me, you know? And, you know, I thought she loved me at the time. I did. I truly did. She obviously didn't. Oddly enough, she also, like, felt like she did, but then, like, didn't know why she was doing what she did. I don't believe that, but maybe she has some, like, mental fucking issues going on. Like, she actually didn't have any control over it. I don't fucking know. Most of the time they do, though. They just say that so you feel bad, to be fair. But the fact that she's kind of done this her whole life, I genuinely... Maybe she needs, like, professional help. I don't know. But yeah, all these dudes being over. There's, like, 5 different fucking dudes in my house. Or our house, rather. And obviously, the landlord is like, who the fuck are these people? And then the landlord would like, be like, get out. And they'd be like, no. And like try to like fight him and shit. And whatnot. And then he eventually did kick them out. And then they like slept in the backyard and shit. And to kick him out in the morning again. You know? Like, these are the people that she would just invite into her fucking home when you don't even know who the fuck they are. And, you know, sure enough, our home was broken into. I think like twice. Shit was stolen multiple times. Mostly my stuff, to be fair. They did not like me, those people. They really hated me. Don't fucking know why, other than the fact I don't like them either, to be fair. You know? I didn't like any of them. But I don't know. They just all like banded together. They just hate on me. All at the same time. Don't know why. It literally got to the point like one of their friends was like literally stalking me. In a totally different town, by the way, when I was living at like a motel for like 2 months until I was able to find a place again. Still with her, by the way, because, you know, I feel like I'm responsible to like make sure she doesn't fucking die. Like at this point, I've tried to leave multiple times, and then she would start like cutting herself and shit. And then, you know, in my mind, I'm like, you know, I know your parents. Your parents are cool. Like, I'm cool with your parents, and I don't want to have to be the one to, like, call your parents and tell them, like, what you did to yourself and whatnot, you know? So, I definitely wasn't happy with the way things were going, but I also felt this, like, obligation that, you know, I have to, like, make sure she doesn't get herself killed, basically. Which is a tough fucking battle when you already don't want to be around someone. But you're like, I need to protect them, you know? It's a weird spot to be in. But yeah, eventually we moved again out of the motel into another home. And this one was actually a church. Which is what that 2020 video was earlier when I was trying to find something to put in the background. I think that was the only video of that year, to be honest. And things were getting very bad at that point, you know? I was smoking a lot. At that point, I think I was an alcoholic for 2 years. So that was like before I stopped drinking, because I don't drink anymore. And I'm like strongly against alcohol now, to be honest. I don't even like it when people are like drunk around me anymore, to be fair. But, you know. Yeah, you know, I just was not in a good position once again. And again, that was after things were kind of going good. And that lasted, like, 3 months, and then everything went to fucking shit again. And then, you know, I ran into the same situation that happened the first time I went homeless, and the second time. Whereas, like, I either stay here and, like, just fucking, you know, do the worst to myself, or I just leave everything behind. And, again, that's what I did. I left everything behind, basically. I need to stop fucking doing that, to be fair, because I left a lot of expensive stuff that I could have sold, to be honest, but no, I left everything behind. I took what I could, kept a console, I think, just so I don't go fucking insane. And then I think I like smash my phone and whatnot, because I tend to do that when I'm mad. Not even when I'm mad. When I'm like past my breaking point, the first thing I do is like smash my fucking phone. I need to stop fucking doing that, because it's done more harm than good every single time I do that, but it's just like my one reaction. Like, I don't want to fucking talk to people half the time when they're pissing me off like that, and then they just keep trying to make it worse every single time, so this, it's the first thing I think to do. So I don't have to fucking listen to them anymore. After I told them, I don't want to talk to you. you know? But yeah, it is usually the first thing that happens. I'm not like, I'm not, I'm not super, like, destructive, Like, I'm not gonna destroy an entire fucking home and shit just because I'm mad, you know? It was worse when I was a teenager, obviously, being alcoholic at the time and whatnot. I definitely have more control over anger nowadays, for the most part. Until I'm past my breaking point. I mean, at that point, obviously, like, what can I even do after that, Like, you've pushed me past the point. It doesn't happen often. It takes a lot. And I mean, like, a lot to get me to that point. Unless you just know how to get there via, like, the fucking highway, I guess. Because there's, like, 3 people my entire life that just know how to get, like, to the root of my problems. And not like a therapist, I mean to just, like, piss me off. And they do it very well. I don't know how they learn to do that, to be honest, but a very, very select few people have been able to just crack the code to just turn me into fucking demon mode, basically. And I don't like any of those people, to be honest. But it's kind of scary that they can just learn you inside and out, somehow, in like a short amount of time. To know how to just, like, make you self-destruct, basically. But anyway, yeah, things weren't going well. She was cheating a lot and whatnot. And obviously, at this point, I, like, don't even want to fucking do anything anymore, even if I'm mad, Like, if she wanted to do stuff, I'd just be like, no. Like, I don't fucking care. And, like, it's not like fucking having no sex is going to fucking kill me, I'm not that fucking desperate to fuck some pussy, okay? Just straight up, dude. Straight up. I got fucking bigger priorities than fucking someone, okay? And a lot of you can't relate to that, Human nature and whatnot, and reproduce and all that kind of shit, but your life has always been more than that to me, That's why I've been fucking single for like 3 years now, going on 4 probably. And that's by choice, I did have people in my life that did want me, and I turned them down, because, like, I don't want to. And that's mostly a trauma response, to be fair. None of my relationships have ever really been that good. So I just, like, don't want to get into a relationship again. Until I feel like it's the right thing to do, then, like, obviously, but until then, I could care fucking less right now. I got too much fucking shit to focus on to have to worry about fucking trying to love someone, It was good at the time, I had my fun and whatnot, but I got bigger fish to fry than to just have sex with someone, That's just the way it is. Anyway, yeah, so I left. Again, I was drinking a lot every day because I just did not want to feel anything. I literally called the doctor that I had, who's no longer a doctor anymore. But I literally called him, or whatever, his assistant, or whatever it was. Told them, what I'm going through with her and whatever. And they gave me this fucking pill. I don't remember the name of it. It's not very good, apparently, according to anyone that's ever taken it. Like, it just kind of messes you up a lot. But I mean, it got the job done for what I used it for like I want to say like 2 to 3 weeks or so. And that was to just help me fucking think straight and get me out of this fucking goddamn demon house that I was living in. And that's exactly what happened. You know? I came to my senses. Another woman, wanted to help me out and whatnot. Little did I know, she was basically just desperate for a child because she dealt with a miscarriage and whatnot. Abusive relationships and, all the fun stuff and whatnot. I don't mean fun stuff as in like actual fun stuff. I say that because it happens more often than not, you know. You could talk to like almost any woman and they probably experience the same thing. It happens very often. So I don't need to fucking run through it because you already know. But she got me into a motel, and that's where I would live again in a fucking another motel for like months on end again. It wasn't too bad, aside from the fact it was haunted. And then an actual ghost thing, entity, whatever the fuck they're called, Lily followed me to like the apartment afterwards and whatnot. Bad times, by the way. I don't know if I've ever told you guys all the ghost stories I experienced, but I went from being a skeptic to a very much full believer, without a doubt. And, you really do have to see it to believe it kind of shit. But after you experience the shit I went through, and I don't even like to think about it anymore, because I don't want to, like, give it some sort of fucking energy or some shit to, like, bring it back. But it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Maybe I'll sprinkle some of those in as I continue down the line here. But yeah, we tried to do stuff and whatnot. I was too drunk, so I don't even know what happened, to be honest. Good enough for her to want to fucking stay, I guess. I don't fucking know, but I literally don't remember what happened. I literally, like, blacked out as soon as things were getting interesting. Just because I was just that drunk and that exhausted and fucking going through too much. But yeah, at some point she left. And then she would, like, come back here and there. And, no offense to her. It's probably just from the relationship I was literally just fucking in and I was trying to get out of for so long. But I don't know. I don't know if it's her fault or it's literally just my fault, but I just did not trust her, like, in the slightest. And she never really gave me any reason not to trust her, to be fair. Like, even when she'd be over, it's not like she'd be, like, texting other men and shit. She wasn't like that, but I think I was just so hurt. It was more like a protective barrier that I just didn't want to trust her, like, at all. But yeah, I think eventually she kind of, like, just gave up for a little bit and was like, yeah, he needs some time and whatnot. And then, yeah, I think I just spent the rest of that time just trying to find a place to live. And obviously tried to find a place with your favorite officer too, because once again he needed somewhere to live as well. That's when we eventually found the apartment in the city that I'm still in, and I honestly don't want to fucking live in any other town. Every other fucking town I lived in, fucking people have hated me for no reason. But then you come to the city and there's so many people, it's like, dude, it's like a breath of fresh air. Even though there's more crime and people will absolutely just come up to you and mug you and whatnot, but in terms of, like, people that know you, it's great. Because no one knows who the fuck you are. There's so many people, it's like, it's hard for people to, like, try and track you down and shit. But, it's been a blessing in disguise, being in the city and whatnot. It's much more expensive than it is in just, like, a regular old town and whatnot, but, I just wanted to get away from fucking everything and move on with life. Instead of them just trying to fucking rekindle the fire and all this and that shit, That's what they like to do. I put shit to fucking rest and then they just come back like fucking like 6 months later. Trying to start shit again. which is not a smart move, right? You know? Not that I'm like The Rock or anything, but, you know, once I'm past my breaking point, I don't really have much control over that. I don't think anyone really does. That's why it's called the breaking point for a reason. You know? I don't know. I just assumed they were trying to get me to fucking do shit. So they can, like, use that against me. But yeah, that's also where the ghost came from as well. I don't know what caused it to happen. I don't know if it's something from, like, my childhood or something I did in the motel. I don't know. But it all started with this, like, tug on my jacket I felt when I was near, like, a Walmart on this path during the wintertime at night, completely alone. No one's around me. And then I just felt this, and a full-on grab on the back of my jacket, and it pulled it. Like, enough for me to feel it, but not hard enough for it to, like, stop my movement. And then, obviously, I'm like, oh, it's just one of my friends trying to scare me or whatever. And, I just took some more steps, just being on my phone, being like, ha ha ha, whatever. And I turn around, and there's no one there. And then I'm like, okay, that's weird, maybe they're hiding. And where I'm at on the path is very open. There's like a single very skinny tree with no leaves on it. So I would have seen them. And there was no one there. And that's where it all started. And then, you guys know some stories after that, lights would start flickering, and the light outside my room was the only one that would be on during the day, but off at night, but everyone else's would be on during the night, but off during the day. And one night I felt breathing on my neck when I'm in this motel room completely alone, which was probably one of the scariest things ever, because I'm just laying in bed trying to sleep, and the AC is, on the wall, but there's like two, like, king-size beds in between, so obviously I can't feel the AC, even if it was on full blast. And I literally felt like 2.5 breaths on the back of my neck, and like long breaths too. And of course, I'm trying to rationalize things. I'm like, okay, maybe it's the AC or whatever. There's like a breeze, even though there's no fucking windows on that side. And then I started to panic, and I was like, I wouldn't be able to feel the AC. There's no fan. There's no windows. What just breathed on my neck? And then I thought maybe I got drunk that I don't know about, and someone's over there, and I, turn my neck and whatever. Sure enough, there's no one fucking there. Again. And then I think it was either the same night or the night after that, I saw like half a face. So there was a window and then obviously like a curtain, and the curtain was like somewhat translucent so you can see through it. So this like half a face shape that I was seeing, and it had an eyeball and everything. It was on the inside of the window, so it was in my room, but it was on the other side of like the translucent fucking thing to like cover the window up. And it just moved to the right slowly, and as I'm just laying in bed staring at it, and I'm just trying to think of like, what the fuck could this be? Maybe like a weird reflection or something. It definitely wasn't a reflection. It was 100% a half a face of something. I had no discernible details other than just a white eye. Like, just straight white eye was the only real detail I was able to make out of it. And it just kind of just faded to the right a little bit, and then it just disappeared. And then I was like, oh, I'm haunted, huh? This isn't just like, oh, bad wiring on the lights or whatever. No, this is actually happening. And I don't have it on camera. And then things sort of calmed down for a little bit after that. I guess some like scratch marks and whatnot on my neck, usually. And I know it ain't me, because I bite my nails, and I still do to this fucking day. Okay? I know that's gross to some people, but I just don't like having my nails grow out. It doesn't feel good to me. Um, but I bite my nails, so there's no way for me to scratch myself like that. And I try to replicate those scratch marks too. Doesn't matter how hard I try to scratch myself, I cannot do that to myself. Um, and it was always 3 down the neck, which I did research on, and that is, according to, you know, ghost research or investigations and whatnot, that is a sign of like kind of like demonic, but not entirely demonic. But like, yeah, something that's not normal, essentially. And is usually not a good thing when that happens multiple times. That's like them like targeting you, basically, so they remember to come back, essentially. And they feed off fear and I think sadness as well. So like if you get scared from that, that only fuels them and makes them stronger and whatnot. Basically, um, I've done a lot of research on this stuff, and I still want to do like some ghost investigations and stuff too. Now that like I have my own evidence with my own eyes about shit like that. Um, but I also know it wasn't because of the meds I was taking and then quickly stopped taking and quitting alcohol and whatnot. Because the stories carried over to the apartment too. Like these are just the ones in the motel, mind you. But I think that's where it stopped. And then I got to the apartment, and I was there alone for about 2 weeks, I think, maybe like a week. I don't remember. I was there alone, and sure enough, the first night I'm there, the lights are flickering, just like it was at the motel. And then immediately, obviously, I'm trying to rationalize things as best I can. I'm like, okay, this is just, it's an apartment building, someone's just taking up a little too much or whatever, because they're, running something or whatever. Like they turned on a hairdryer or some shit. But that was the only time that ever happened. Was the first night I was there. And it was basically this fucking spirit entity, demon, whatever the fuck it is, basically showing to me like it's followed me there. And I believe there was 2 spirits involved, or entities, or whatever the fuck they're called. I believe there's 2 of them. One of them definitely did not have good intentions at all, and I will, talk more about that as well. But one of them was like kind of nice, and like a little goofy. Yeah, I don't know what caused this to happen. I don't know if it's something I did at some point in my life, or the motel was literally just haunted because someone was murdered there like 6 months prior to me getting a room. And maybe that was the room he was murdered in. I have no idea, to be fair. But that was my first time dealing with like actual like ghost stuff. Because before that it was like childhood stuff, like, oh, I thought I saw something move or whatever in like a dark room and whatnot, or like having a nightmare. But no, that was real and happening, and I still remember all the details about those stories. Like as scary as it was, I still want to learn more. Just so I want to know. I just want to learn. I want to know. I'm just kind of, it piqued my interest. It definitely terrifies me for sure, but it still piques my interest though. Curiosity killed the cat and whatnot. But yeah, after that, the apartment was pretty chill for a bit. For like a couple months, and then I don't know. I think I just started getting really stressed out about shit. Because at this point, being homeless so many times and living in motels and getting sick all the time and whatnot, it was hard for me to like try to, get another job again. It wasn't as hard as it is now, mind you. Like usually I'd be able to find a job within like 3 months. But again, that still wasn't normal to me. Usually I would be able to get a job within like 7 fucking days. Because people would want me. But now no one fucking wants me, and it's actually like the worst thing fucking ever, dude. I can't even get part-time work. It's the worst. I don't get how the fuck they expect people to fucking survive like this, dude. I don't get it. and is really taking it out of me. I'll get to that later, though. But yeah, again, things were mostly good, ghost-wise. And then it started escalating more again. I get scratch marks on me again. The fan I had beside me, only at night, mind you, it would fall over on top of me as it's on. And I only found that weird because how come it only is happening at nighttime and never during the day? You know? Like, isn't that kind of just a little weird? And it would happen almost every time I try to go to bed. So, I'd say that it tried to attack me, but, you know, it pushed the fan over on top of me so it would cut me, basically, and, like, draw blood a few times. So that was happening a lot until I basically said fuck it, and I'm pretty sure I broke the fan. Like, the feet of it, because I just, like, had enough of this shit happening. So I just, like, slammed it into the fucking ground. So it broke, and then would have to, like, lean on the wall and shit. And then, one time, and your favorite officer has moved in at this point, by the way. He has his own stories, too. I won't get into them, because there's not that many of them, but he has his own stories, too, which is why these stories are more believable, because there's other people that have experience with it. It's not just me, you know? But this is what really proved to me, like, this is something, and I'm not just, like, imagining things or, like, hallucinating or whatever. And I had this, like, beer bottle in the washroom. I think it was to deal with fruit flies, I'm pretty sure, because they're attracted to the smell of alcohol, and they just kind of go in there and die. Because at this point, I was having the health issues and the heat issues, so I'd always need, like, my window open and whatnot. Obviously, bugs come in and all that kind of shit. This is an apartment, you know? The kitchen's just kind of right there. And this beer bottle that was in the bathroom, as I'm looking at it, because I was about to clean the bathroom, basically, it, like, lifted itself up by, like, an inch or two. Just enough to realize, like, this bottle is in the air right now. And then it went back down, and it, like, shook a little bit when it came back down. And there was an audible, like, thud when it came back onto the counter. And I just watched that happen with my own eyes. And at this point, I'm like, yeah, I can't, there's no explanation for that one. There's no earthquake. There's no windows in this bathroom. There's no air going into it. All the doors are closed. There is no reason that that bottle should have just went up into the air by like an inch and then back down again. There's absolutely no explanation for that to have happened. And I was the only one in there too. There's no one fucking pulling strings or anything like that. And I wish I got it on camera because no one would fucking believe me otherwise. But it 100% fucking did happen. And things kind of got worse after that. This spirit entity thing would just try and harm me more often. The lights wouldn't really do anything, but I would have like very specific reoccurring nightmares, pretty much. And this may have been around the point I'm just so stressed out. And then I was like, basically tried to make a deal with the devil sort of thing, When you just hit a point in life, you're like, nothing's going my way, like, just give me fucking something to work with, Obviously, nothing came out of it, probably, I assume. Aside from, I guess, me starting a business this year, that might be a little concerning in the grand scheme of things, to be fair. But I don't know, I was like out of fucking options, and I was like, I need something, So I was like, fuck it, I may as well try and see what happens, And, nothing happened, obviously. Nothing really came out of that. But I think it was within the 7 days after I did that. Regrettably, I don't know why the fuck I even would consider doing something like that after having these like ghost experiences. You know, why would I jump to an extreme like that? Not that I really believe in like a god or a devil or anything like that. You know, I believe in like a higher power of some kind. I don't believe it to have a form or anything like that, but you know, again, I was just kind of fucking around with my life, and I was like, yeah, may as well give it a shot. What's the worst that could happen? My heart explodes. Who knows? Um, and oddly enough, because with all the ghost stuff going on and me doing that shit, um, and this is probably the worst part of the ghost stories that I could talk about. And things did die down after this, but this is one part I do not like to think about to this day anymore. I don't like to think about it. I don't like to remember it. But I'm going to say it again anyways because we're going through the years I never really talked much about here. But no, it was like, I don't know, it was like 4 in the morning or something, or maybe 2 in the morning, I don't know, somewhere around there. Between 2 to 4 in the morning or so. And I was just sleeping normally. I was on my back and whatnot, which I don't normally do as it is, so that was already a little weird for me. But then all of a sudden, I just opened my eyes. And then, like, my back goes up, so I'm like, you know, I'm like out. Basically, like, I'm like, you know, it looks like I would be standing almost in bed, but it's just like my back straightening itself for no reason. By the way, as I'm telling this, I have no control over my movements that are happening. Just so you know, I don't know if this is like a near-death experience or what I think it actually was, but you know, something was just happening to me. And then I remember everything happening. I just had no way to control it. And my eyes were just like looking around, and obviously I'm seeing what they're looking at, but I'm not like doing that willingly. And you know, because I have no control over it, I'm just thinking like what's happening, and I'm just thinking about everything as it's happening. And then as my eyes are like looking around, as my head's not moving, to me it felt like my eyes were scanning. Basically, they're like looking for something specific, and I have no fucking idea what is happening still at this point. And then I just stare at the window again in the middle of the night. And I'm staring at this window for like, I don't know, I want to say like 5 seconds or so. And then I randomly start growling. Like like a fucking bear or some shit, or like a wolf. Like very unnatural sounding growling coming out of my mouth, basically. And then again, I'm just thinking, like, what the fuck is happening? Like, am I dying right now? Like, is my brain having like a fucking stroke or some shit? Or is this like a fucking like a type of seizure that I'm fucking having, or something? I don't know. Is like this is fucking heart failure? I have no idea. And that went on for about like a minute or two. And you know, my head starts moving around, just scanning and fucking growling. And I still don't know why. And then it just stopped. And then I laid back down. And then, you know, I'm checking the time, and then I'm like, oh, it's the middle of the fucking night. I'm so fucking tired, I don't even want to think about what the fuck just happened. And so I just turn over and go back to bed. Because ever since that happened, I just never want to really think about it ever. And either that was some sort of like, you know, my body failing and me almost dying, or what I think it was, is I was quite literally possessed by something for like 2 minutes. You know? Because my spine can't even fucking do that, even if I tried. And then, like, I didn't have any control over what my body was doing and the movements it was doing. And I think it was possession because, like, I saw it happen. Like, I was seeing everything, I was hearing everything that was happening. Like, I'm still in my body, but I wasn't controlling it. and what it was doing. And that was probably the scariest fucking thing in my entire life, to be honest. Because that just proved to me that, like, I'm just here, dude, and I don't have control over that shit. And then things kind of calmed down after that. For the most part. Man, there was a few things here and there, and, you know, the odd scratch marks or whatever. But things did sort of die down after that. And yeah, I just really don't like to think about that part of the story at all. Because it scared me that bad. And I still want to do, you know, ghost investigations so I can learn more about what happened. To know if it was just me or not. But, no, that was the scariest thing that's happened to me. You know? And if it was medical related, then I would probably be a little more comfortable with that. I think ever since that, too, like no, that would have happened before. Probably when I had my first mini heart attack. I was going to say my heart stops in its sleep sometimes, which is probably just how I'm going to fucking die, I guess. I don't know. But, no, I think that's my fault from having 3 mini heart attacks in a span of, like, 2 years, I think. That was during homeless, and then, you know, that one girl with the psycho roommate and whatnot. You know, that was part of that, I think. But yeah, you know, that apartment was going well, everything was going well, I was fucking working again. I was buying groceries every month, and I loved buying groceries, you know? I stocked the fridge up fully, stocked the freezer up fully, I would stock the cabinets up fully with, like, snacks and shit. I had everything. It was great. It was the best, even though I was spending, like, fucking, like, $700 on groceries every month. I didn't care, because that's what I wanted. You know, I just a normal fucking life. I want to eat healthy. I don't want to, like, plan meals and, you know, eat good and whatnot. It was good. It was good. But then our lease ended, and that's when the landlord started to not even try, because he succeeded, but he tried to evict us illegally, and I didn't know it was illegally until somewhat recently, actually. Like, I knew something didn't feel right, but I didn't know just how severe it actually was until, like, a month ago. And now I'm realizing, like, I can basically take this to court, pretty much now. With the way that turned out. I mean, he seemed like a nice guy, too. Minus the fact he would just kind of walk into the apartment whenever he wanted to. That was a little not okay to really do that, to be honest. But, I mean, it was, you know, his apartment at the end of the day, you know? It's not like he would just walk into the bedrooms and whatnot. He would, like, knock on the door and wake us up or whatever, but, you know, that was just a little unsettling a little bit. Because, you know, you don't know these people's intentions, right? You don't really... When you have an apartment, you don't really meet the landlord. You know, you see them when you sign your lease, and then that's usually about it unless something's breaking or your lease is renewing. But no, he evicted us illegally, and eventually, your favorite officer dipped, and was like, if he's kicking us out, then I need to get out of here. Meanwhile, I'm like, something doesn't feel right, we should probably stay here. This is our home. And he was like, I'm too stressed out, I can't deal with this. And so he left. And then immediately I'm just like, well, how the fuck do you think I'm feel? Now I'm fucking stuck here trying to fight for our fucking home. On my own. You know? I don't have the money to fucking pay both parts of rent. Because that was like $1,000 to like $200 or some shit a month. In total. You know? That shit, I can't afford that. On my own. The most people can't, to be fair. And I think I stayed there for another like 30 days. Paying rent and everything. Just trying to figure something out. Because I don't have anywhere to go. You know, I don't know about you guys, but I don't have like family like that, you know? I don't have friends like that anymore. He's really the only friend I got at this point. Everyone else has just kind of left. or just given up because they figured I'm hopeless or whatever. Still alive though, so joke's on them, I guess. But you know, I didn't have anyone to rely on. I didn't want to go fucking homeless for a third time. And I certainly didn't want to just get evicted from my fucking home for nothing, for literally no reason. Aside from he wanted to quote-unquote do renovations, which was something happening in the city for multiple years. Literally has its own name, which is renoviction. That is just what they do to people my age, because we don't know any better. That's how they get away with it. Because we're like, oh, yeah, okay, you want to renovate, yeah, that makes sense. But no. That's not how being a fucking landlord works, especially when you're on a fucking contract with a lease, dude. They have very strict rules they're supposed to follow, with like the tenant boards and whatnot, at least in Canada, you know. And apparently if they are going to evict you, if you're on a lease and whatnot, there's really no reason for it, they're supposed to give you the money to be able to get another place, rather than you paying rent like twice, even though you paid first and last month's rent, plus a security deposit, you know? Obviously, I'm fucking stupid for not realizing that sooner, and it's definitely in my goals for next year, is to bring this up with the tenant board, because I didn't know any better, and that was like years ago, so I don't know if they'll actually do anything about it. But in my defense, my life has not been great since then. You know, ever since my landlord evicted me and my roommate for fucking no goddamn reason, even though we very clearly were like, we want, you know, a second term on our lease and whatnot. You know, my life has not been good since then. I haven't been able to keep a job for longer than fucking 3 months, and trying to find a job is basically impossible. Because of all the gaps in my resume now. Because of it. And getting sick every fucking month or two. And I don't mean sick like, you know, like my throat hurts or, oh, I'm fucking coughing and sneezing. I mean like, oh, I'm so sick I can't even get out of bed to, like, make some toast. Or to go to the washroom. That's how sick I was getting very often. And this year changed that. I'll get into that when we get there, but... No, the landlord evicted us illegally. And I'm going to bring this up with the tenant board and whatnot because I'd like to learn more about it. And apparently he does owe us money because, at least in Ontario, I don't know if this is true for the rest of Canada or not, but if you're on a lease and your landlord is trying to evict you for no reason, they are supposed to pay you like a month or two of what you're paying, usually, so you can move out and get a place, which is not what this landlord did. This landlord made me pay for the rent and bills, even though I paid first and last. It's called last for a reason, meaning you don't have to pay for your last month's rent. And that also has ruined the past 4 years of my life. Because my roommate's not there anymore. He left because he's stressed out and he doesn't know what to do. You know, he thinks he's getting kicked out, which we were. But we didn't have to. We literally could have just said fucking no. And, like, taken it to court. And we didn't even... If we took it to court, we basically wouldn't have to pay rent until the judge makes a decision. Which I also didn't know about. Like, if your landlord is technically doing something wrong, you can just, like, not give them money. You know? Like, if they're doing shit illegally, then you technically don't have to pay them. If you're bound by lease, mind you. If you're paying in, like, cash or whatever, it's kind of just free game. That's just kind of just how that works. But yeah, I had to spend my entire savings, and then some, on paying rent on my own, plus bills, plus, like, any of, like, overpayments and whatever. And we never got our security deposit back either, which you're supposed to get that back when you leave, you know? And do you guys want to take a wild guess at how much money that was? Take a wild guess on how much money he forced me to basically pay him to kick me out, essentially. Take a wild guess. I'll give y'all a moment. $500? 300? 1,000 maybe? 3,000 fucking dollars. Literally all the money I had saved up from getting out of high school up until the age of like 21, 22. That's like 4 years of saving up fucking money. Just because he wanted it. And I didn't know any better. You know? He's like, this is what you gotta pay. And then you gotta get out. You gotta pay this month. You got like 30 days, then you gotta get your shit together and get out. 3,000 fucking dollars. If that didn't happen, I wouldn't have as many problems as I have right now. I'd be able to keep a job, because I'd be able to actually get to fucking work, because I would have money to get to fucking work. I'd be able to buy food whenever the fuck I need it. Can't do that no more. Can't get to fucking work no more. Can't even get help to try and get help for that, because I have to go there. Like, how the fuck do I do that with no fucking money? You know? This is the whole reason why I've been on the verge of a mental breakdown for the past like 2 months now. Is mainly that. If I didn't have to spend every fucking cent to my name, I wouldn't be in the position I'm in right now. As good as this year has been health-wise, you know, we'll talk about that when we get there, but yeah, needless to say, I'm definitely calling the professionals about this next year, because I need to know what the fuck is going on. I need to learn what I can do about it, even though it's been, you know, years since that happened. But I still have my lease. So I think that's basically all the evidence I fucking need. I got all those emails probably too. And I was still under the care of CAS at the time. So I was able to get a paycheck plus the additional, you know, $1,000 allowance on top of what I'm making from jobs. So I had it very good. You know, I had it very good. That's why that was the best moments of my life. That's why I literally was able to overcome my fucking depression and like heal faster. Because I was able to do whatever the fuck I wanted. I was able to buy whatever the fuck I wanted. You know? I was really like planning to get a car with that money and shit. To get my roommate a car too. You know? I was saving up money to get fucking shit in the future. Which would have been like 2 years ago, probably, if I did the math right. But yeah. Yeah, life hasn't been good since then. And, the month leading up to him kicking me out fully, because he made me spend all that money, and then was like, oh, you can't afford rent anymore. And then I'm just like, yeah, no fucking shit, I can't pay rent anymore. You just took all my fucking money. Of course I can't afford it now. I would have been able to afford it if I haven't done that. I 100% could have afforded this fucking like $1,200 apartment on my own, or maybe $1,500 apartment. You know? At least for like a year or two, because I was aging out of CAS at the time. I only had so much time left. But that was the times I wanted to work my ass off, because I'm getting an additional paycheck from them every month, plus whatever I'm making from work, you know, that I could have saved up tens of thousands of fucking dollars in the span of like 2 years. You know? Like fucking that would have been ideal, to be honest. God. We've been talking for a lot, eh? We're still getting to the point. That was just the past, what, 6 years? 2019. That was all since 2019, by the fucking way. That's crazy. All of that in the span of like 5 years. And we haven't even got to the point we're at now yet. Which was, like, I think I've been there for 3 years now. I think. So that apartment was 3 years ago. So yeah, I guess about 5 years in total. This is just one fucking part of my life. Fucking hauntings, fucking people threatening to kill me, fucking being homeless. I didn't even talk about the fact I just never went to my graduation. Which I regret, because you only get one of those, and I didn't even fucking go to mine. My fucking landlord scamming me. Guys, how much has happened in just that short amount of time? Almost dying multiple times, too. COVID. That's crazy. That's crazy that all of that happened in just that short amount of time. That's a lot. No wonder why I'm fucking struggling so much. Holy fucking shit, dude. Holy fuck. Wow. I really don't remember it that much until I start talking about it, like back to back like this, going through the years. And then it really stands out like, wow, that's a lot for one person to just handle on their own. Humans were not meant for that kind of shit. I'm still alive though, somehow, I don't know how. But yeah, I'm gonna smoke again because those ghost stories took it out of me a little bit. And I need to, make sure the story stays on track here and whatnot. But yeah, if you've been listening to basically a fucking podcast on my own right now, because this is all this video is really gonna be, it's just me talking about the past years that I just never really talked about much on camera. I want to like clear the air on some stuff and whatnot, sort of shit. You get it, I hope. But yeah, if you enjoy my talks where I just talk for fucking hours, then let me know. I mean, drop a like if you want to see more of just me fucking talking about stuff, because I can do that for you if that's what you're looking for. To anyone else, I'm sorry that this is my New Year's video. I'm sorry that it's not the usual celebration that I would normally do. But not much to really fucking celebrate, is there? So, yeah, I do apologize for that. I'll try to have like a best of video at some point if I'm able to, but for now, this is just what the celebration video is going to be. It's not even a celebration, this is just me talking about stuff I haven't talked about on camera yet, essentially. And I'm not even on camera, to be fair, I guess, but anyways. So yeah, I'm gonna smoke this real quick, so I don't lose my train of thought and whatnot. You would think it would make it worse, right? I didn't even talk about when I stopped drinking alcohol either. I don't know why I didn't do that. Also, did you see that editing in the video right there, dude? I was literally reading that too, and I was thinking to myself, like, am I just gonna ignore that? That's why it was peak for a reason, man. These were the best videos, dude. 2017, man. Best year content-wise. Imagine if I was able to have done this for the past 7 years. Or whatever. 9 years? 7? I can't do math right now. But imagine if I was just able to make quality content like this, but better. Instead of what the fuck we're doing now with this fucking shitty-ass fucking $200 computer that sucks ass. And a shitty microphone that sounds like trash. I miss it, dude. I miss our glory days. A lot of you guys do too. That's why fucking no one's around anymore. All the OGs are fucking gone, living their lives. Fucking, Aside from this, there was technical issues that would happen here and there. Because I'd always try to make these videos feel smoother, because they just wouldn't. But yeah, no, these definitely were the glory days of content for the channel. 2017, man. Try to get back to that point. And better. Much better. But that's when I was going full time. Anyway, I'm gonna smoke this real quick and then continue the rest of this before we get to the actual current point of the years that we're in now, so I can talk about next year. This is all just leading up to this year. Isn't that crazy? I think I've been through way too fucking much for one human being the past, 5 years. I think most of us have, just thanks to COVID on its own, but just the fact that this past, almost 3 hours has just been the past 5 years. That's fucking insane. That's insane. Anyway. Uno momento. It's actually almost been fucking 3 hours. I can't tell, because once it goes to hours, it just stays there, but it's feeling like it's been close to 3. Okay, so, where were we? Yes, the landlord evicting us illegally, right. And spending basically my entire life savings up to that point, because I just got out of fucking high school. That might be one of the first things I do next year. Fucking call that tenant board, dude. I want to fucking sue his ass if I can, bro. I don't give a fuck how nice he was at the time. I don't give a fuck about feeling bad for him. I don't care. At this point, I don't care, because my life has been fucking destroyed because of that. Literally. It's literally all his fault. Almost. But yeah, towards the last 30 days or so, after I paid that amount of money, and, I still got, my regular paycheck, and then I left my job because, I don't know what to do anymore. I'm in this apartment fucking alone now. Obviously, I can't stay here because he doesn't want me here. And, it was probably not a great decision on my part in the grand scheme of things, especially the older I get. Definitely, what I did during those 30 days was not good. But I was so stressed and depressed and just desperate to figure something out that I would only eat from McDonald's because it was 5 minutes up the road. And I ate fucking McDonald's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for an entire fucking month. And oh my god, how am I not dead yet? To be honest, let's just be honest here. How have I not had a fucking heart attack just from that alone? Gonna be honest. It's 100% going to play a factor in when I do die, for sure. Because no one should eat that much fucking fast food, especially McDonald's, of all things. But every fucking day, for 30 whole days. Because I didn't know what to do, and I didn't want to fucking go to the store and fucking get shit if I'm getting kicked out, And just leave the bags on the ground and shit. So many fucking McDonald's bags, dude. Even the landlord was like, what the fuck is going on with this guy? You're what's going on with me, by the way. God, I hate him. I hate him so much. I shouldn't. But I do, again, he was a nice guy. At least I thought he was. In the grand scheme of things, and I thought he was just a nice dude. Got us breakfast a few times and whatnot. Just wanted his apartment to look clean. Obviously, as a landlord would want, I would assume. But no, if it wasn't for him fucking me over like that, I would be in a much better position right now. But yeah, I ate McDonald's every day for a month. With the rest of the money that I had. Basically. After spending $3,000 fucking dollars. Crazy. And the fucking heartbreaking, honestly. But yeah, As he's kicking me out, my grandma was getting super ill because my uncle recently died during then 3 years ago. I think he died like during Halloween or something like that. He was a good dude. I liked him. I just wish I'd spent more time with him. And I didn't know how, like, I don't know how family stuff works, like uncles and nephews and all that kind of shit. So I didn't realize that this dude was my mother's brother, basically. I never knew that until he was fucking dead. So that's great. I wish I fucking knew that fucking sooner. Wish someone told me that. I had no idea. I don't know how that fucking worked. Now that I know how that should work, I mean, I think obviously, but no one fucking told me that shit, dude. I just thought he was just like an old man, part of the family, you know. But that's why they're called uncles, because it's, you know, your parents' siblings. And I didn't know that at the time. So yeah, I wish I knew that sooner. Definitely would have listened to every single fucking story he had to tell, to be honest. You know, learn more about my mother and whatnot, because, you know, I lost her. Well, she didn't give birth to me, by the way. I was adopted, because my actual mother was not good for kids. Any of the kids. But, yeah. I lost her at such a young age that I don't really have any, like, memories up to that point. Until, like, we found out that she had cancer and stuff. And obviously, my brain doesn't know how to deal with trauma, so that's just really all I can remember. You know? I don't really have that many past memories from, like, my childhood. And I think I would have been 11 or so when that happened, I think. So, like, 2011. But yeah, I don't really have any memories past that point. Which sucks, because, like, I don't know what she did for me and whatnot. I just know what it was like to lose her, basically, in real time. And I wasn't even there at the hospital the day she did die, unfortunately. I was smart enough as a kid to know that what's about to happen isn't good, you know? Like, there's just, like, this primal instinct, like, something is, like, she's not coming back, basically, from the hospital or whatever. And, yeah, I'm a kid, so obviously that feeling scares me more than anything. Rather than, like, oh yeah, I should be there for the final moments and whatnot. So I just kind of just stayed home that night. And yeah, sure enough, she did not make it. I think it was like 2 in the morning or something when we got the phone call. I totally should have been there, to be honest. But, again, I was like fucking 11 years old. I don't know how to handle emotions like this. You know, no kid does know how to handle shit like that. But I knew deep down something was going to happen, though. This primal, like, feeling in my body. And that's why I didn't go, because something in me was like, this isn't going to end well. And I don't want to see that happen, because I'm a little child. You know? Life's supposed to be like fucking sunshine and rainbows when you're a kid and whatnot, until you face reality. And I just faced reality way too fucking early. Literally from the moment I was born, basically. Because my mother couldn't. I was put up for adoption like 24 hours after being fucking birthed, basically. And I'm not the only kid either. I have like fucking like, I think like 10 siblings or something that I just don't know who they are. And I was like the 6th child or something like that. So I do have siblings. I just don't know who they are, and I don't know what they look like, and I don't know where they live. Would be cool to know my siblings, though. That'd be nice. To know if we're all dealing with similar shit or not, to be honest. And to know, like, what health concerns to, like, look out for and whatnot. Because I know nothing about my birth family at all. Not a single thing. I just know my mother was a drug addict and, you know, was a woman of the night, if you will. Because I can't say the actual word, because YouTube will probably ban me if I say that. And then my dad, I don't know. I just know he had a lot of money. It's really all I know about him. And I thought he was murdered before I was born, because that's what it said in these, like, papers that I found as a kid. When I was, like, 14, 15, I think. I don't know where they ever went. I probably destroyed them, to be honest, because I'm like, this can't be true or whatever. But no, that's when I learned, like, my actual birth name and which I never knew. That's when I saw like my weight and height and mother and that kind of stuff. And I did meet her once when I was 16. I had her phone number. I don't have it anymore because knowing me, I smashed my phone or whatever in like a rage or some shit. So I haven't talked to her since that day. To be fair, not that I really want to. It was weird enough to like meet your mother for the first time, but to also have like 5 other people in the room to make sure nothing bad happens. Like that's already weird as it is. Like would my mother actually like just drown me in a fucking sink or something? I don't know, but that's what they were worried about, is that she would hurt me in some sort of way. So I already just felt uncomfortable with the whole situation, which sucks because that's my mother, but anyway, why did that come up? I don't even remember why that came up. Anyway, back to what the fuck we're supposed to be talking about. So, yeah, my uncle died, and then, basically my aunt, I think, my uncle's daughter, uncle's daughter, which is that my aunt? I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know how this shit works. But she basically kicked my grandma out and whatnot, and my grandma was already sort of declining, a little bit at that point. Things weren't really going the best for her. So she had nowhere else to go but to live with my dad. And then I'm already stressed out about being kicked out of my fucking apartment. I just spent like $3,000 and fucking eating McDonald's for like a month too, on top of that and whatnot. And that's when I was like, I need to put my shit aside because I know damn well my father is not going to take care of her properly. Like, she fucking needs someone to. I just knew that deep down that he just wasn't going to do what he should do as her son, basically. So, my landlord was like, okay, you can go stay there. And I was like, yeah, but it's not supposed to be for long. Like a couple months, maybe, until we can get her into like an old age home or something. Then I want my fucking apartment back and whatnot. Obviously, that never happened because, illegal evictions and whatnot. But, yeah, no, she was there, and I think I showed up there like a week later, because sure enough, my father was not taking care of her very well, fucking not even like feeding her and shit, because she was so weak at that point that she couldn't like cook for herself and whatnot. She could barely like make her usual tea that she would have and whatnot. So she was very grateful when I did get there. Because I wanted to be there for her, because she was like the mother to me after my mother died and whatnot. I know that's a brutal term to use rather than just deceased and whatnot, but makes it easier for me vocabulary wise, because my English is not the best. But yeah, I moved in there to help take care of her until we got her into an old age home, and things were going downhill very quickly for her. I mean, she lived like 2 years after we got into an old age home, but yeah, like I said at some point, she passed away in April of this year. It was like April 2nd, I think. But yeah, no, she was just doing very bad. She couldn't really eat much, or she didn't want to eat much, and didn't really want to talk much, and would just kind of lay down most of the day, just kind of watching TV and whatnot. And even just going outside for like a smoke was hard because like she doesn't have good balance at this point. She can't walk properly at this point. And then eventually we got her into an old age home after having someone like come here and help take care of her for a little bit, and got her into an old age home, which was this last kind of resort there, you know, because we have to like go to work and whatnot, unfortunately. Um, so things were going okay. You know, they were taking care of her and whatnot. And then his landlord shows up at his door and basically does the same exact fucking thing. Although he did fuck up, though. Apparently he owed like months of rent that I didn't know about because he never told me. So his landlord basically showed up. It was like, you can't keep fucking doing this. I want my fucking house back, basically. Because I think the landlord's father died, and now he has like a bunch of money, so he wants to like, you know, renovate a house for his girlfriend and whatnot or something like that. I don't know. But you know, he owed his landlord money, so you know, he ended up getting kicked out as well after I got fucking kicked out for no reason. And then now I'm like, now what? Now I got kicked out of my fucking apartment illegally, and now you're getting kicked out because you didn't pay your fucking rent multiple times, and now I'm fucking collateral damage because I came here to take care of her, you know? And it's like, what the fuck? Like, what now, dude? Like, what the fuck? What do I do now? Like, the only other option is to go fucking homeless for the third time, basically. Like, there's nothing else at that point. But we know how that turned out. You know, his friends and whatnot to help me out for the past, like, 3 years. Just for him to fucking up and leave, mind you. When my grandma died in April. So that was fucking nice of him. Great. But when she was in the retirement home, and I don't fucking know what it is, but he did not want me to see her. Like, I don't know why. He would always be like, we're gonna go see her on this day or whatever, and then he would just go alone. And that really fucking hurt me, to be honest. And it makes sense after I learned what happened. Like, why he wouldn't want me there, basically, but... No, I just... Ever since we got into the old age home, I never saw her after that. Unless she came over for, like, Christmas or something, which happened, like, one time. And even then, she was just, like, out of it the entire time. She didn't really want to talk much and do much of anything, and didn't really eat much either. You know, like, she just genuinely did not want to just be there, you know? But, little did I know at some point, and this is kind of the biggest reason why I, like, am not on good terms with him. And I want to be for her sake, because that's what she wanted. You know, she wanted me and his relationship to be better than it is and whatnot. And I was willing to put, like, you know, the past in the past and whatnot, you know. We were both struggling and going through shit and whatever, and you just took it out on me or whatever. You know, like, I can sort of move past that, aside from the fact that you've ruined, like, my entire fucking life. Up until being an adult and me just leaving, to be honest. But, he was basically taking her money. And I only found that out because his brother told me this. And I don't know what happened after it, because I deleted, like, my Facebook account and stuff. Because of some other bullshit going on. But, no, at some point he took her card. Like, her bank card. And was just spending money off of it. To the point, and most people don't know this, but when you're at a retirement home, you do have to pay for that. Like, it's not free, you know? And obviously that would, you know, mostly come out of her money unless she needs some help with it. And, yeah, it really reached a point where they were like, she's, like, literally unable to afford to stay here, basically. And that's when his brother came up to me and was like, do you know anything about this? And that he was doing this and whatever. And I'm just like, no, but that totally makes sense why he never fucking took me to see her ever again after we brought her there. I mean, when you really think about it, it's like, yeah, because he knew I would have found out. And I would have told someone. 100%. Without a doubt. I literally would have got him fucking arrested for that. Straight up. I don't give a fuck if he's my dad or not. You don't do that to your fucking mother, dude. Your mother is literally fucking dying. And that's what you're gonna do, is take the rest of the fucking money that she even fucking has to her name. Is fucking crazy. So I think, yeah, I think that's one, part of the reason why I just don't really, like, want to see him anymore, to be honest. Like, obviously I want to fix our relationship and stuff, but I can't forget that's what he did, I can't just look past that, Like, it's one thing to, like, abuse me and whatever and ruin my life and, it's whatever, I guess. But your own fucking mother, dude, is just crazy. It really is. But yeah, that sort of leads us into where we are now. That's literally how this all happened. Because of this fucking 3-hour long fucking story. All the parts I didn't really want to talk about. So we should be mostly caught up now, I think. Not much has really happened the past, 3 years, to be honest. Just a lot of stress and not really knowing what to do. And then, up until this year, I was getting sick every, month or two. Pretty severely. And I don't have a family doctor to go to. And unfortunately, finding a family doctor takes, fucking years to get one. The waiting list is, fucking, 3 years or some shit right now to get a family doctor. Which means that, the hospital isn't going to want to see you until you, collapse to the fucking ground. And you just can't breathe anymore, basically. But at that point, is it not already fucking too late? What are your chances of fucking surviving at that point? Probably, fucking, 5%. It's the only time you're gonna get to the fucking, emergency room. Is if you're, literally about to die. I don't think it's fair that, hospitals should have to wait until that point. Because whenever I went there to get checked out when I wasn't sick, they were like, yeah, you're fine, because you're fine right now. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm fine right now. I wasn't fine a month ago, and I won't be fine a month from now. I know this fucking pattern I'm fucking stuck in, but in the doctor's words, there's nothing killing you quickly. Which I still think is a weird choice of words, because does that mean something is killing me slowly? And you just don't want to tell me what the fuck that is so I can, get checked out? He just didn't really want to explain that for some reason. But yeah, that was his words. Nothing's killing me quickly. Wow, that really makes me feel confident, dude. And then sure enough, I would get sick again. And whatnot. And again, I'm so sick I can't even fucking move, so how am I supposed to go to the hospital when I'm fucking sick if I can't even get out of bed? Obviously call the hospital, but I was raised to not fucking do that, and I've learned my lesson when I got that nerve pain. Or when I pinched a nerve. And I think it was September when that happened. Because I got sick in November. So yeah, I think that was September when I pinched my nerve and I was out of commission for 3 weeks. Or 4 weeks. Worst fucking pain I've ever felt in my entire life. But yeah, it turns out I was making it worse by trying to just quote-unquote walk it off and be a man, Because that's the way I was raised, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger type of shit. And it turns out if you pinch a nerve, especially in your back and your leg, you're not supposed to do that. You're literally supposed to go to the hospital the second it happens. And I didn't know that. The doctor had to tell me that. And, I tried to deal with the pain for 3 entire days. Try to stretch and walk and eat and lay down and sit and rest and take baths and use ice and literally everything you could probably think of. And nothing was working. Standing hurt, laying down hurt, sitting hurt. Everything hurt. Everything hurt. Until I was in a bath. If I was in a slightly warm bath, it would feel kind of good if I'm laying on my side a little bit. But then now I'm hurting the rest of my body because bathtubs aren't fucking soft. And you're not supposed to lay on your fucking side and whatnot. So yeah. I basically got no sleep for 3 days and whatnot. And that's when I was like, I'm gonna like cut off my fucking leg or just like, you know, end myself basically. Like that's how bad it hurts. Like I just did not know what to do. And I should have called the hospital that night, but I waited for the morning for whatever fucking reason. I don't know why. And I didn't even call the hospital. No, I did. I called the hospital to ask who I should call to know if I need an ambulance or not. And then I went to this like other, like I like Healthline or something. I don't know what the fuck it's called. But they basically give you medical advice when you need it and tell you what to do, step by step and whatnot. And I told her everything I was dealing with, and she was like, "Yeah, you need to go to the hospital." And I was like, "Oh, it's that bad, huh?" And like I almost choked on something like fucking before that happened to him, which didn't help. I think that was like the day before that happened. Maybe that has something to do with the nerve pinching. I don't know. But yeah, no, she was just straight up like after everything you told me, you need to go to the fucking hospital like right now. And then she was like, "Do you want to call the ambulance or should I?" And then I was like, I don't even know how to do that." So she transferred me over and whatnot. And then I told them what was happening, and they were also like, "Yeah, you should probably go to the hospital." It took like an hour for them to show up because it was a bad day, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, you know, I sort of assumed what it was just off of doing some research on Google, so I was right about like the nerve damage and whatnot that it was. I forget the name of it now, but we all sort of came to the realization in the ambulance of what it was. And I was at the point where it's like, my chances of like the entire left side of my body being paralyzed wasn't very high. It's probably like a 1% chance or so. But the longer I waited, the more that percent would have went up. Like if I would have waited like a week with that pain, the percent chance of the left side of my body being completely paralyzed probably would have been like 50-60% off of just like 7 days. And I dealt with that pain for 3 days. And that was like the bare minimum you're supposed to kind of just deal with it, or the maximum you're supposed to deal with it before it just gets really, really bad. And then, I've told the story of when I was there and whatnot. And the doctor gave me like a pill, and I don't know what the name of it was. It was good though, whatever it was. I told them like, I have some sort of weird PTSD about like side effects and puking and whatnot. So I told them that so they can get me something that won't cause that to happen, because this is my life. You're the doctor, you know what's good for me, but like if you can find something that can help me that won't fuck me up and like make me puke my guts out, then I would prefer that. Most people don't try to ask questions like that, but I was just my PTSD for medications is just that bad. I had to tell them like this is what I'm worried about. So yeah, he gave me a pill, and then he put some sort of like liquid in my arm through like a needle. I don't know what that was either, because it's the emergency guy. He doesn't have time to fucking just talk with you. People are literally fucking like dying, basically. And I think the part that like bothers me the most about it is like I got in to see a doctor before. Like this one guy had like completely blue feet wrapped up. Like it looks like his feet need to be cut off. And I got in before him. And this like older guy walks in. It looks like he got like a nail through his fucking forehead. And I got in before him too. And I'm just thinking like, dude, is nerve damage that like severe that I'm getting in before these people that very much clearly look like they have it worse than I do? But I think it's combined with the fact that like I'm not eating and I wasn't sleeping for 3 days. Like, I think my chances of dying were getting pretty high up there, just from like the lack of sleep alone, and then the chance of being paralyzed and stuff like that on the left side probably wasn't good either. So I just always kind of felt bad when I like look around these people, but like my name's being called up, It made me feel bad for these people that, like, visually they look like they have it worse than I do. Like, just straight up. Like, these people look like they're, like, about to die in, like, 10 minutes. And I'm getting in before they are, you know? Because that's how the hospitals work, you know? It's based off of severity. But yeah, no, I guess pinching a nerve is that severe that you're supposed to go to the hospital fucking immediately, and you're not supposed to just walk it off. So have you ever experienced that in your life? You know, and you'll know it when you feel it, trust me. Because again, sitting hurt, laying down hurt, fucking standing hurt, everything hurt. And yeah, you'll know it when you feel it. If you feel like you need to cut your fucking leg off, then yeah, that's the one. If nothing you do is working, like massaging and stuff like that, and you realize like it's not your muscles, then yeah, that's the one, man. Yeah, go to the hospital immediately. And yeah, I sort of learned my lesson that, you know, just because I was raised to like walk it off or whatever doesn't mean you should all the time. There are moments in your life where you will have to go to the hospital, or you might just fucking die because you didn't, you know? And I think that was just like it was an eye-opening moment for me. Because I realized that what I was told as a kid is just simply not fucking true. You know, I'm not invincible, you know? Obviously, certain things, like, oh, my back hurts or whatever, you know, if that happens like every couple months, then just stretch more. You know, fix the way you sleep and whatever, and your sitting posture. If you have back pain for the past like 5 years that is like constant, then, you know, that's not the same thing. Then it's like, you know, get help for that kind of thing. But no, there will come a time where you can't just walk it off. And most of the time, Google will be like, yeah, wait like a week or two and then see what happens, but you can't do that when you pinch a nerve. Because your nerve is literally dying in real time. And if that dies, then what? You know? If it's in your leg, now you can't move your leg ever again. If it's in your spine, that might just fry your brain entirely. It's very, very bad. But I didn't know that. So, yeah, I learned my lesson when it comes to that. That's why when I do get, if I do get sick, like I was the past like 3 to 4 years or whatever, when I was getting sick every month or two, I'm just going to the hospital immediately. I don't care how much money I have to pay to get there. I don't care if I'm fucking puking the entire way there. I obviously would just have to go and get that shit checked out as I'm sick. Because I always went there after I'm like actually able to like move around and get out of bed and whatnot and fucking actually do shit basically. But yeah, it took me a while to learn that lesson, man. But now that I know, you know, that's just the way it is sometimes, I just have to keep that in the back of my mind. You know, if past stuff, because again, this year has been good, health-wise. I've only gotten sick at once, and that was in November. And then I pinched my nerve in September, like we just talked about. Is this all this video is, by the way? No. That's a cat that showed up at my house, by the way, randomly. 8 years ago. And then he just disappeared like 2 days later, but hey, it is what it is. At least I was able to feed him. He looked pretty fucking well fed, though. That wasn't like a stray or anything. It was just someone's cat who just wanted to live somewhere else for a few days. That's funny to think about. He did eat my bird, though, that I was caring for, which is sad. Anyway. Yeah. So that takes us to current day. Aside from talking about how hard it is to fucking get a job right now. Now that I've had an entire fucking year where I've only gotten sick once, for the first time in like 6 years that's ever happened, like, this would have been the perfect time to be fucking working. But no, it takes fucking 9+ months to get a fucking goddamn job because there's so many gaps in my resume. And oh my god, it is too much for one fucking human being to deal with. It is too much, dude. I'm gonna get into that in a few minutes here, but you're starting to understand why, you know. I hope you're starting to understand sort of all the shit I've had to go through the past 5 years, and why I just didn't really want to talk much about it, and just kind of just get through it and whatnot, try and figure life out. But yeah, no, things have just not been good since getting kicked out of the apartment and whatnot. And even before then, I had 3 small heart attacks before then because of my exes. Well, no, the first one was 100% my fault. I had too much Monster energy drink, which is 100% my fault, to be fair. And the 2 other times were because of my ex, though, for sure. Just being so fucked up with emotions. I don't know if I've ever told those stories, and I probably won't, to be fair, because I don't like to think about the fact that those almost killed me. I mean, I'll tell you, like, most stories that almost killed me, to be fair, but not those ones. Those are, like, the worst, basically. It's like being on the fucking ground, crawling around and shit, dude. It's fucking terrible. I also forgot that Trevor texted me. I'll reply to that when I reply to it. Bro is talking right now. But yeah, as we get into current year, I do apologize again that, this New Year's video is not what you're used to. I apologize for that, but with just how I've been mentally the past the past 2 months, I just figured this is the type of video I just need to make. Sort of just, reflect on everything and wrap my head around everything and whatnot, trying to, rationalize things a little bit. And just sort of understand, like, what happened, what went wrong, And it's very obvious what happened and what went wrong the more I talk about it. And most of that wasn't my fault. Mostly collateral fucking damage. But it's still fucking, it doesn't make it hurt any less, though. If anything, it hurts more because it's not my fault. Aside from not being fucking smarter, I guess. Like, sure, that's my fault, but I suppose. Everything else, though, is not really my fault. Which just sucks. It just sucks. It's like a control thing, I guess. Like, if it was your own fault, then sure. You fucked up or whatever. But when shit just kind of happens to you and you're just like, okay, it just makes me feel worse. Because, like, if you do something stupid to yourself enough times, then it's like, yeah, you gotta learn your lesson sooner or later, man, or it's just gonna fucking kill you. It's just weird to wake up one day and your fucking life just fucking goes to shit. No fault of your own doing. And now you're forced to try and fix those problems. And it's not fucking easy, dude. I'm surprised I'm not fucking chronically insane yet, to be honest. And I don't think I ever will be unless maybe I go homeless a fucking 3rd time. Then I fucking might be, to be fair, but I do have control over myself in that regard. At least, I can think things or whatever sometimes, but I'm not fucking stupid enough to, like, act on anything ever. The fuck? I understand that thoughts come and go, I learned that at a young age. And whatnot. And how to, like, control yourself so you don't, like, lose yourself. I mean, after enough stuff, you do sort of lose yourself. That's why a lot of, like, insane people, they don't get charged for whatever they do because technically it's not their fault. That they've, like, literally lost their minds and whatever. Which I hope I never reach that point because that sounds fucking terrifying, to be honest. But yeah, that wouldn't be good. Neither is getting that in my mouth. That's not good either. Whoops. But yeah, I'm gonna smoke this again, as always. So we can keep the train rolling. It's officially New Year's now, by the way. I know, no crazy celebrations or anything, because the fucking story's still going. And again, after the past 3 hours of just talking about the past 5 years, what is there to fucking really celebrate? What the fuck? The fact I'm still alive? Sure, I guess. Fucking more days to fucking suffer or whatever. But like, you know, I'm not just gonna like fake shit just because that's what people want. I'm gonna tell you how it is. All of it. In detail. And you probably hate me for it. And some of you are probably like, wow, you've been hiding all this for like 5 years? I sure have. I sure fucking have, dude. Anyway, give me a moment to smoke this real quick. So yeah, it took me 3 hours to talk about the past 5 years just to get to current day. Isn't that crazy? Of just how much I've fucking been through in 5 years. And then you add on the past 12 years. That's about it, really. 13 years of fucking bullshit. I'm amazed that I have not lost my fucking mind yet. I'm gonna be honest. And even some of the doctors I've talked to, or I guess one of them, I think this is when I was homeless the second time. My feet were all blistered from walking for like fucking 8 hours straight without stopping. But I went to the hospital because I needed fucking something to take the pain away. He gave me like a fucking Advil or whatever the fuck. Something, some basic shit. And a sandwich. And some money. He gave me money because I told him I was homeless. But now that doctor, and this is something I'll never fucking forget either. Something that has sort of changed the way I look at my life in the past and whatnot. But he basically said to my face that, one, it's amazing that you're still alive. Cool, thanks for the vote of confidence, I guess. That you thought I shouldn't be. That's cool. But he was also like, most people would not have survived as long as you have. And that just stuck with me ever since he said those words. Like a licensed doctor in a hospital said those words to me. That if it was anyone else, they probably would not have made it as far as I did. And I'm just like, dude, are you telling me like I'm doing the fucking impossible, bro? Like, it kind of hurts a little bit, dude. Like, I mean, it's cool that I'm doing what most people can't do, I guess, but like, have I really been through that fucking much in like fucking 13 years that like, you just have to tell me that to my face? A licensed fucking professional in a hospital? You know? Shit like that fucking sticks with you, bro. I think about that constantly. Every time something's going wrong, I'm like, dude, most people would not have made it this far, and I'm like setting the example here. Or it's gonna end horribly wrong, and I like, you know, do something stupid to myself or whatever, get myself killed or something. I don't know. Time will tell, I guess, on what happens. But yeah, it's a possibility, you know. But yeah, that's just always stuck with me. Most people would not have survived as long as you have. It's just crazy fucking words to hear from a licensed doctor. It really is. And I guess it makes me grateful that, like, I've lived as long as I have and been through as much as I have, but again, it's also a little heartbreaking to know that most people aren't strong enough to make it through all of that. And I'm still trying. Like, the fuck is, what is actually, maybe I am actually insane. I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know what the fuck I'm fighting for. I'm just fighting just to fight for life. Like, I don't know. I genuinely don't. At this point, I have no idea. Like, like, it's not because I want to have a purpose or whatever. You know, obviously, I'd like to start a family before I get too much older and whatnot. But aside from that, I mean, like, at the end of the day, like, what am I actually fighting for? And I just don't know. I don't know. I really don't. I don't have a fucking slightest clue of where this fire enemy started and why it refuses to go out until the day I fucking die, basically. But that fire has kept me alive, kept me going. It got me to this year, or I guess now last year, I suppose. But yeah, it got me to 2025, which has been one of the better years of my life, despite all the bad things that have happened. It's been one of the better years. You know, my 8 years of sleep issues randomly disappeared for fucking no apparent reason. Don't know why. I think I just survived long enough for my body to like catch up with itself. But, you know, I can sleep at night again. I can wake up during the day again. And I don't think a single fucking human being on this planet understands just how, like, fucking life destroying it is to only be able to sleep when the sun's coming up. And for like, because this is Canada, for like half of that fucking year, I'm waking up by the time the sun's fucking setting. For 8 years. 8 entire years. Out of those 8 years, I probably got 3 good nights of sleep. 3. And one of them was at some fucking summer camp, and I remember it because that's how good it felt. That's the only time that I can physically remember that I have slept for a total of like 7 hours straight without waking up once at all. It was the best sleep I've ever had in my entire fucking life that I can remember. And that was fucking like 8 years ago, 9 years ago. That was a long time ago, man. I've never had that again. I'm getting closer to it though. Now I'm able to sleep for like 4 to 5 hours without really waking up, which is much better than waking up every like 30 minutes to an hour. And being able to sleep at night is good. You know, being able to wake up during the day is actually good. You know, I miss the sun. I miss seeing the fucking like birds and animals and shit. You know, being a part of society again. You know, when you don't have that for 8 years, it really does destroy your entire fucking existence, dude. It really does. You know, where I was getting sick and shit so much that my body was trying to like fucking kill itself then. But hey, I survived long enough, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. I hope, you know, 2026 is as good, if not better. You know, if I can keep this track of feeling better and finally actually properly healing instead of just trying to heal, but now I actually am healing. It took fucking 8 years to hit this point, but I'm finally fucking here. And I just hope that continues. Because if that doesn't continue, it's gonna fucking kill me. And I'd rather not die yet. You know? People have died younger than I have, for sure. Like, don't get me wrong, but I would consider myself to be still too young to die. You know? I'm only 25. And I haven't lived. I've only survived. For 25 fucking years, I have only fucking survived. I would like a chance to at least live like a normal fucking human being. You know? Go to work every fucking day. You know? Make kids, maybe. I don't know. Probably. I would like to, at some point, before I'm fucking too old to. You know? I'd like to have my own children. I just would prefer to have the money to actually, you know, make sure they survive. And whatnot. Go to school and all that stuff. Maybe not a fucking public school, because holy fuck, that was the worst, but, you know, I would like that at some point, because I'm getting there in age, you know? After like 35, it's like, what? Don't even bother. You know? Some people will say like 40, 45, but to me it's like 35, you know? Depending on what kind of lifestyle you want to live, I guess, but I don't even know if I'm going to make it to 30 as it is. I didn't even think I was going to make it to 25, let alone 20. You know? I thought 20, I was just going to drop dead. I really did. I just thought that was going to happen. It didn't. It almost did. Multiple times, but it didn't, though. It almost did. Almost did. I'm still here. Somehow. I don't know how. I don't know what fucking... I don't even know what you call it. Like guardian angel or some shit. I don't know. Because even doctors are like, how is this possible? Basically. I don't know. I'm an enigma, I guess. I'm a fucking glitch or whatever. Maybe that's why the fucking universe hates me. Because I shouldn't happen. You know? I was supposed to die a very long time ago. Actually, I was supposed to die before my first birthday, to be honest. According to those papers I saw as a kid. If those were accurate. So, maybe that's part of why, you know, I only have like a good time for like 3 months, and then everything goes to fucking shit for like fucking 5 years again. And then it calms down for another 3 months, and then all goes to fucking shit again. Maybe that's part of it. Because, like how am I possible, you know? But, I mean, it makes for a cool story, I guess, you know? Defeat the odds and whatnot. Doing the impossible, literally. Setting an example, you know, not giving up and whatnot. But yeah, that takes us into current time. And, you know, the point I'm at now, and, you know, don't get me wrong, this year has been one of the better years of my entire existence as a whole. You know, I'm trying to start my own online business and whatnot, and I've been doing that for like 7 months, and I'm spending every waking moment working on stuff until I'm fucking tired. Then I go to bed, and then I wake up and I do it all over again. And maybe that's fucking killing me too. I don't fucking know, because I am working way too hard on shit. It's just, I'm able to do it, because it's not like I'm working at Amazon again, or like building an Amazon where I'm moving thousands of pounds with my arms, you know? Like doing everything, you know, learning and online business and stuff like that. Like, it's all from here. Like, where I am now, you know? So, like, the body toll is not as bad. It's bad that I don't give myself breaks, you know? Like, I quite literally eat my breakfast, and then I get to it. And then I quite literally do not stop until I go to bed. That's not true. Sometimes I'll stop for like an hour or something to like snack on something, but then I just get right back to it again. And I'm kind of addicted to it, to be honest. It's probably not a good addiction to have, or maybe it is if I become successful, I guess, but there's a reason why there's legal amounts of hours to work, because you are required to get a certain amount of rest and relaxation. You know, that's why people get days off, usually on weekends. And you need 8 hours of sleep, and then you need, like, you know, an hour before you go to bed, an hour before you wake up, and go to work or whatever, you know? And I just throw that all at the fucking window, and I'm just like, if I'm awake, I'm awake, and I'm not wasting my fucking time. And you can call content wasting my time, because I don't get paid for it, but I mean, I'm not getting fucking paid for anything right now, so it's not, I won't consider it a waste of time. It's kind of taken a bit of a backseat, because I am spending the first, like, 8 hours of my day just fucking working on shit, learning shit, writing down fucking hundreds of fucking pages of just knowledge that I'm putting to use, and fucking just so much shit making fucking... I made so many phone calls trying to get shit fucking set up and whatnot. It's a lot. If I were to like draw it on a diagram, it would look like the top of a tree. And that's just like one thing, you know? And then you layer on all the fucking like 50 other things I'm trying to do every fucking day. And it's like, yeah, no wonder why I'm fucking exhausted. and fucking just done with life at this point, you know? Like, it all makes sense when you fucking, you know, lay it out like that. But I mean, you know, I'm trying to make something out of it. Trying to. Everything is fucking ready. I just need fucking money now. It's the only thing I fucking need right now is literally fucking money. Then I can get this shit started. Then I'll be fine for like probably the rest of my fucking life, to be honest. All I need is just like one good fucking month of just like a fucking paycheck or two. And then we're fucking good to go. That's literally it. But because it takes 9 fucking plus months for me to get a fucking job now, I just like, what's the fucking point in fucking trying? If it's gonna take that fucking long, I'm just wasting more fucking time. I'm trying to fucking do this just to get money to put towards something. You know? Fuck that. Fuck that shit. So it's not gonna. I'm not wasting more fucking months of my life. I just can't. I can't. It's gonna kill me if I do that. I just can't do it. You know? I just can't fucking do it. And so I'm gonna keep trying my best, and I'm gonna find a way to make some sort of money. You know? I want to aim for like $1,000 at like minimum, if possible. Like I can work with a little less too, but I mean the more the better, obviously. But I mean that's sort of the target range that I'm trying to reach within the first 3 months of 2026 here. How I'm gonna do that, I'm not entirely fucking sure. But at this point, I'm willing to do just about fucking anything, to be honest. I'll sell my TV and shit if I fucking have to, and fucking console, you know? Content can take a back seat for like a couple months, like I'm okay with that, that's totally fine. If it gets me fucking money to put towards the opportunity to make more fucking money, you know? I can live with that. I can't exactly sell my computer and shit because I fucking need that for what I'm trying to fucking do. Starting a fucking business and shit. Which is not fucking easy, by the way. Holy fucking goddamn. This is just an online business too, bro. I mean, I'm sure a physical location is not that much different, but I didn't think it was going to take this long just to get to where I am. And that is partly due to me learning as I'm doing it, you know? Usually you go to like university or something for like a couple of years to learn this shit and then you do it. But I'm learning it and doing it at the same time. Because it's better for my fucking time, to be honest. You know, again, I just don't want to waste more fucking time. I'm fucking sick and tired of it, dude. I really am. I just want to go back to a normal fucking life. That's all I want. Is to go back to a normal fucking life. Get my fucking paychecks that barely get me fucking by as it is, but it'd be better than fucking right now. Because I can't even afford fucking food half the time. You know? Like, at least I'm able to pay rent and whatever, you know, get food from food banks and, you know, all that kind of stuff, but it's not like it's keeping me healthy. It's just keeping me alive long enough to try and be successful, you know? It's not making me healthier by any means. Eating beans and rice like fucking 4 times a week for like multiple years is not benefiting me, other than keeping me alive so I can keep fucking trying. And not giving up. That is all it is. You know? I need an actual proper diet again. Like I used to have at the apartment. You know? I'd be able to make whatever the fuck I wanted because I had the money for it. And I was eating very good. Lots of chicken and whatnot too. Chicken's good for you. Well, some people might beg to differ on that, but you know, I like my protein and my meat. And fucking vegetables and fruit. I literally mentioned vegetables and fruit, dude. I miss it. I miss it. Most people don't even think about missing that shit. Most people are like, ew, gross, I want that. Ew, it tastes bad. And I'm just like, dude, my body's fucking craving it, bro. I would eat like an entire fucking pound of fucking raw broccoli right now if I could. I really would. And I don't even like broccoli. That's just how desperate my body is just to get back to fucking normal, dude. I'm craving the shit that people have on their fucking plates almost every day, and they're like, ew, gross, I don't want that. And I'm fucking craving it. You really don't realize how good you have it until it's gone, you know? The saying is very true. And I realize that for a lot of people, you know? Obviously, I'm a prime example of that, but even just the fruits and vegetables thing. It's like, yeah, you don't really think about that at all. And when you're like, oh god, another fucking apple for the day, you know? I love an apple right now. A pound of broccoli and an apple, dude? With like a chicken breast? Sounds good. Plus, you know, other shit. The whole food rainbow and whatnot. But yeah, I have a giant ass fucking list, as if I don't already try to do too much every fucking day as it is. I have a giant fucking list that I made earlier. It took me like 3 hours to fucking write all of it, to think of shit, but I made a giant ass list, and I left room for more, to be fair, in case I'm doing these too quickly, but these are my goals for this year. Right now we're at fucking 26 of them. That's a lot. And most of you have like 2. Okay? Cool. Let's just know our fucking differences here. Alright? What's yours? Go to the fucking gym? Cool. So is like 90% of the fucking world. Good for you. Guess what? Fucking 90% of those people also just stop after like the first 3 months. So you're probably going to be one of those people. Just saying. You might want to add some more to your fucking list. I'm just saying, yeah. I'm just saying. I'm not a professional or anything. I'm not a fucking guru or whatever the fuck. But I mean, if that is on your list and that's like all you have, add more. Don't be scared to add more. There's 12 months in a fucking year, okay? Add fucking more, dude. Seriously. But yeah, I'm at 26 right now, and I left room for more. I won't mention what every single one of these is. I also accidentally crumpled up this paper when I was done, also typing it out as well, just so I can read it a little easier. So now it's kind of hard to read now that I crumpled it up a little bit by accident, because I was about to throw it out. And I was like, oh no, that's the good copy that I needed. Yeah, I won't get into everything, but, you know. Again, I just want to get my life fucking back to normal again. Or maybe even for the first time, probably. No, I guess the apartment was like the first time. You know? I would like to be able to spend like $700 on fucking groceries again. Most of you dread that. Most of you don't even want to spend like $300 on groceries every month. And I'm just like, I would do anything to be in that position, to be able to do that. Like, do you know how fucked up that is? You know? The rest of the world is like, oh my god, this is so expensive. Fucking. I'm just like, dude. It's been so long. It's been fucking 5 years. 5 years! No. No, it's been 4 years. Because, yeah, I counted 2020 in that, but that doesn't. 2020 wasn't part of that. That was the beginning of that, for sure. But it's been fucking 4 years since I've just been able to be fucking normal. Just go to work. Like any normal fucking person. Fucking buy groceries, pay bills. Fucking go out on the weekend, you know? And it's destroying me, dude. It really is. And I don't know how to fucking sugarcoat it, because there is no sugarcoating it, to be honest, but this year, you know, 2026, going into 2026, this year could be very well my last year if things don't go the way I need them to be honest. I'm just throwing that out there, okay? I don't want to admit that is true, but it is. Yeah, with everything that's been happening the past 5 years, and you know what doctors have told me, and just the way I'm physically feeling, you know, up until this year, like, if things don't start going well, like almost immediately, then this very well could be the last year I spend living. So let's hope that's not the case, but All signs are pointing to that being the case if things can't fucking figure the shit out, you know? Which fucking sucks, to be honest, because, aside from going homeless the first time, none of this has been my fault. The past 8 years, they're only going homeless the first time has been my fucking own fault. And the second time, technically, I guess. If you don't want to count, like, mental problems and whatever, I guess. But, no, it's just, the way things have been fucking past 5 years, 8 years, 12 years, it's just not looking good, you know? And I have to be honest with myself about that. And sort of, like, come to terms with that fact. I'm not gonna give up because clearly I fucking don't give up until I'm actually dead. But the way it stands right now, and what I'm understanding from everything is just, if things don't go well soon, then it could be it. So, just fair warning. And I'm like terrified of death, by the way. I don't want to die ever. I would like to live for like 1,000 fucking years if I could and just pull the plug when I want to. I would prefer that option if possible. I don't want to die. I want to see the world. I want to experience shit. I want to learn more lessons. I want to see its beauty. See people come together and whatnot, but we don't get to choose shit like that. But we can choose if we keep fighting or not, obviously, but when our time comes, it's just coming. There's nothing you can really do about it. And it's terrifying to just know that, like, that very well could happen. It could happen fucking tomorrow, it can happen 20 days from now, it can happen like 10 months from now. I don't know. But, every day that goes by, the closer I'm fucking getting. And it's too much for one fucking human being, dude. It really is. That's why I'm hoping these 26 things and maybe more can sort of get me out of this before it kills me. Because I'm not ready to die. I haven't fucking lived yet. I haven't fucking... Aside from being a child, maybe, and being raised up until the age of 11, if you can even call that fucking living, even though I have, like, no memories of it. But everything after that has just been surviving. From the age of fucking 11, dude, I'm 25. All I've been doing since then is just surviving. Every fucking day, and then questioning why. Like, why? Why do I try? Life clearly doesn't want me to keep fucking trying, but I say fuck that. I'm gonna keep fucking doing it. It's my fucking life. I'm gonna keep fucking trying until I die. That which could be soon. But I'm not gonna give up. I refuse to fucking give up, dude. I'm very close to giving up, to be fair, for like the first time in my life. Based off just the past 5 years alone, totally makes sense. Again, most people would have given up a long time ago if, they had to go through the same exact shit. Again, people have it worse than I do too. I don't want to make it sound like that's not a factor. My life could be so much worse than it is. But it could also be so much better than it is. And yeah. That's just sort of where we're feeling going into the new year here. So I'm hoping that I can get some paychecks within the first 3 months. Q1, by the end of Q1. That is the main fucking goal. I don't care if it's $500, $1,000, fucking $3,000. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I have my minimum, and that's it. If I can hit that or higher, then good. The higher is better, obviously. But if I don't hit that fucking goal, even faster than 3 months, because I don't know how much fucking longer I have. I really fucking don't, but it just deep down, and my body knows better than I do, but it feels like if I don't meet that target within the first 3 months, then I'm just fucked. Like it's just game over after that. And then like, then what? Then I'm forced to give up at that point. And I would just rather not do that. But I mean, like, I'm running out of options here. To just live a normal fucking life. It's fucked up that our government allows shit like this to happen. It's fucked up that there's people living on the street and shit and fucking starving to death and freezing to death and all this and that. It's fucked up. But that's part of the world we live in, I guess. And I'm just part of the bad part of that. I was the dude living on the street before, twice. I am the guy who got laid off, basically. It's because I got sick for the most part, but, they told me that I can't work, basically. And now, like, I just can't find fucking work anymore. Make it make sense, dude. Make it make fucking sense. And I'm able to get like a certain amount of bus tickets to get to work in a year. And that's only enough for like 1 week of getting to and from work using bus tickets. And that's all the government is willing to like cough up. And then they're like, oh, you can get more in like 6 months. Get another week. Like, okay, great, but that doesn't get me a fucking paycheck now, does it? I need to get to work for 2 weeks. Or longer in some cases. Some jobs only pay you once a fucking month, dude. I just don't get how anyone is supposed to survive like this. I don't understand. And I guess I could make another movie out of this too, like I did when I was fucking homeless. Just to bring like attention to situations like this for people. And I would consider myself, I was living a pretty normal life, I would like to think. Aside from the abuse and whatnot, toxic father and all that, all that shit, but, well, and I guess school. I never had a normal life. Even school was bad. I won't get into that because that might be a court case for them, to be honest. And maybe it should be, the more I think about it. Because those teachers also ruined my future, too. Dude. 99% of my life is not my fault. That's crazy. That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up, dude. And I'm just fucking here trying to fucking recover all of this shit. That isn't even my fucking fault. Like, why do I have to be the one to fucking do that if it's not my fault, dude? I don't understand. Make life make sense. I don't get it. I don't know. Someone fucking tell me the secrets, because I don't understand. I clearly don't. And it sucks. And yeah. So, yeah, I won't get into the list here. Some of you can probably already speculate what some of it is, because I need money. I'm trying to start a business and all this and that, but there's a few other things on here that you probably don't know about, that I haven't talked about before. But yeah, so far, 26 things that I want to do this year. And most of these are not just like, do better, or be healthier, or whatever. These are like actual, like, life-altering, like, things that need to happen. It's not your typical fucking New Year's shit where you write down like fucking 3 things that you want to do better. Yeah, I mean, that obviously have those on there too, because you need to know what you need to do better to have a better life, obviously. But you also need like an actual plan for the year. Like, what do you actually want out of the year? If you want to go even deeper, then fucking categorize it by months. Keep yourself fucking accountable, dude. That's why I got this whole whiteboard system that I created fucking 7 years ago. If it wasn't for this fucking whiteboard thing that I created on my own, after seeing a video on it, I don't even think I would be as far into this as I am now. And that's just from fucking lines on a board or a piece of paper. But it's the billionaire's method for a reason. I mean, this shit fucking works. Clearly. I have done more than I've done in like 10 years in the past 7 months. That's insane. Like, actually fucking insane. What have y'all done in fucking 7 months, dude? It's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. And I don't say that to like brag or whatever, because I'm totally overworking myself every fucking day, and it's not easy, and no one should be doing this. But I am at least proud of myself for making it this far, at least, you know? Do I have anything to fucking show for it? Not really. I mean, I have my business registry that I printed off. I can't show that on camera. But, you know, people in person, it's like, yeah, cool, you know, whatever. You paid $70 to be able to do that. But it's more about the fact that, like, I made it that far to be able to do that. You know? You can think starting like a business is easy. But when you don't know much about it, man. Like I said, I have hundreds of handwritten papers just on lessons I've been learning. Just so I can go back to them whenever I get confused like a textbook. Who the fuck else does that other than people like Einstein or some shit? You know? Like, who the fuck else does that, bro? Name another fucking human being that does that. Because I don't know. I never met them. I'd never seen anyone do something like this before. This wasn't taught. No one taught me to do this. I told myself to do this. You know? Hundreds of pages. That's not even exaggerating, by the way. I have a whole fucking drawer full of just handwritten papers. Just think about that. Alright, just think about that. And you might be a group of people being like, oh, but is that actually helping you? Or are you just feeling like you're working, but you're not? You know? There's always that argument. Because, like, what is it? The 80-20 rule? 80% of what you do doesn't actually fucking matter at all. Only that 20% of what you do matters. You know? That's true for quite literally everything, by the way. So, like YouTube, for example, right? If you did YouTube for like 100 days or whatever, only 20 of those days would be good days. All those 80% of the other 80% is just you learning how to do it better. That's literally how that's basically how it works. Yeah, 80% of what you do doesn't benefit you whatsoever. It may be getting you closer to getting to that 20%, don't get me wrong. But it's that 20% you want to narrow down. And get more of those in your life. And you can ask any professional, they all say the same thing when it comes to that. But, you know, that is a valued argument. Again, I have nothing to fucking show for it yet, but if it wasn't for all of that, just on its own, that's just the lessons part of it, I still don't think I would have made it as far into this as I have. Because I wouldn't know what to do. Or I'd, like, get myself in, like, the government to, like, knock on my door because I did something wrong. You know? Not many people can sit down for 8+ hours just learning a single fucking topic and then doing it again the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, for weeks and months with no breaks, other than sleeping and having breakfast. You know? Most of the time, until recently, because I've been having those stomach issues, I did not eat more than 2 meals a day. Sometimes I wouldn't even eat 2 meals a day. I would just have my first meal, and then I'm like, if I don't feel hungry, I'm just not fucking eating, because that just takes up fucking time. And it takes me like an hour to eat, or longer, depending on the size of it, because I eat slowly. Because again, stomach issues. I have a sensitive fucking gut, or whatever the fuck problem I have. Most people don't do that. Most people work for like, 4 hours, take a break, take a lunch break or something. 4 more hours, go home, do something for a couple hours, and then go to bed, usually. I don't do that. I wake up, I fucking eat, and then I get to it. And I don't stop getting to it until my stomach hurts so much because I need to fucking eat something. If there's nothing else to fucking do for the day, because sometimes I just have to, like, call, like, 20 people or something. But sometimes not all those people are available. And it's like, yeah, now what do I do? You know? Because you're doing this step by step. You know? You gotta figure out what's important and do the important things first. And then I go to bed. Content is included in that, of course. That's why, you know, after I'm done doing all the harder stuff, then I, you know, start making content. Which sucks for you guys, because, you know, at that point, I'm tired. I'm mentally fucking exhausted. You know, I'm fucking hungry because I just haven't eaten in like 9 hours and whatnot. And then I just start doing this because, you know, this is what I live for, is making content. You know? If I was able to make money off of content, I would totally be making content as often as possible, don't get me wrong, but I haven't been paid off of content for 7 fucking years, so I have to find other means. Anyway, 2016's on the list. They're not in any particular order. You know, I should figure out, like, what's more important, do those first. But when you have 26 things, you know, obviously the ones that, like, I want to say the first, like, 15 or so are probably the most important, because that's, like, what comes to mind first to solve the biggest problems, basically, and then everything else is just kind of like whatever. Pretty much is the way I look at this. But yeah. I am going to fucking... If you thought I was doing a lot the past 7 months, I'm about to do 10 times fucking more. And that's also what I mean, that this year might also just kill me, you know? I'm already doing too much every fucking day to the point I'm like, all I can do is just keep doing this and learning and creating this fucking business or finding other ways to make money, you know? Like, I just wake up and that's just what I think about and that's what I do. And, you know, I probably, you know, taking care of myself and whatnot is on there, and I'm, you know, feeling better, and my life is, well, physically is getting better. Mentally, it's dipping a little bit the past 2 months, but, you know, I've only gotten sick once this year, plus the nerve pain. I don't consider that being sick or whatever, but clearly my body is trying. And if I just sit here trying to fix my life without taking care of my body, then, like, yeah, of course it's gonna fucking kill me, obviously. So, I definitely do need to balance the sort of, you know, putting in like fucking 12 plus hours every fucking day with no days off for fucking weeks on end. Like, yeah, you know, I need days off for sure. It's just hard for me to want that, you know? I don't want to waste fucking time. Because I don't have time to fucking waste. I don't. And the more time I waste, the fucking harder it's gonna get. You know? I much rather fucking put in 60 plus hours every fucking week into something that could work out. You know? And if that fucking fucks up, then move on to the fucking next thing or whatever. But I am willing to do that until I have money coming in again. Just a fucking regular old paycheck. I don't even fucking care. I would like it to be more than that, don't get me wrong, but I mean, that's the bare minimum. It's just your fucking minimum wage fucking paycheck, dude. Which isn't even a lot. But it's better than what I'm at, which is like $20 a month usually. Unless I have tax stuff come in, then, you know, there's a little something extra there, but it's not like I can put it towards fucking savings, because fucking food, bills, and debt, and whatnot, you know? Every dollar I have after rent goes towards something else. Especially, like, smokes and stuff. That's like $20 every time. And I'm going through, like, fucking 3 or 4 of them bitches every month. You know? That's already, like, 90% of my money. If I'm lucky that month. With tax stuff, as it is. You know? it's a fucked up situation to be in, man. It really is. I don't know why the world allows shit like this to fucking happen. It's not fair by any means, and if anyone watching this, you know, if you go through something similar, then like I'm so sorry for you, genuinely, because no person should have to go through shit like this or worse shit than this. To be fair, like that's just not how fucking the world should work. You know, and I know it's survival of the fittest and whatever, you know, weak links die and whatnot. You know, that sort of is what it is, but the fact that as a society we can just let people get to this point with like there's nothing left for them. You know? Like what if you were in my shoes, right? Like what do you do? If I didn't have gaps in my resume, I would fix everything, because then I could just get a fucking job again. You know? That'd be fine. I'd be okay with that. Save up some money, get my shit together. Totally viable. You know? I don't have that opportunity, though. I did, fucking 5-6 years ago, when everyone wanted to hire me, and I was totally okay with that. You know? I had multiple interviews a week half the time. And these people would want to hire me like immediately, and that is a sort of like a bit of a red flag a little bit, because then it's like, yeah, you know, these jobs are obviously desperate to keep people, which is a lesson I'm only just, you know, learning recently as well. To be fair, I never thought about it like that before. I always just thought like, oh, they want me because I'm good. But you know, half the time it's like, no, they want you because they're fucking desperate to keep people. Because they keep losing people. But you know, it's just not the way it is right now. It's just not normal. I'm not used to it. I'm used to be able to get a job in 7 fucking days. I could just walk into a place and be like, I need to work, and they'd be like, when do you want to start? That's how easy it used to be. And now I just can't fucking do that because of just these gaps in my resume, which just sucks. It really does. You know, going homeless and shit, fucking losing jobs, being sick all the time. And I'm not just gonna fucking lie to them because I can't. What am I gonna say? I went to college for fucking like 8 years. Ooh. Okay, what'd you learn? I don't fucking know. What do you want me to learn? You know? Like, I can't just fucking lie on my resume, dude. I just can't do it. I won't be able to stick with it either. And then I have to, like, prove myself with whatever I'm lying about. Like, I wouldn't be able to do that. It's not in my body and, like, my mind to be able to do shit like that. It is, if anything, it's just even more fucking shit to worry about. Because then it's like, what happens if they know you're lying and whatnot? That becomes a whole nother fucking thing. And my only option to fix that would be to like do volunteering for like half the fucking year, which is like, yeah, okay, you know, that makes sense. You know, get some stuff on there and show them that like you're doing stuff, obviously. But then it's like, how do I get to these places with no fucking money to get there? Do you see the fucking issue, dude? Do you? I hope you do. Because I'm holding a fucking magnifying glass up to that fucking shit. Alright? I really am. If you still don't see the fucking issue, then I don't know what to tell you. I really don't. I don't know what to fucking say. That's on you, I guess. I don't fucking know. But, like, make it make sense. You need money to volunteer, to put stuff on your resume, to be able to get a job again, to make money, so that you can get to a job to make money. Like, what the actual fucking fuck, you know? That's an issue, guys. That's a fucking problem. Because now, I can't do volunteer, because I don't have the money to get to the job, to make the money to get to the job. You see the fucking issue? I hope so. Because last time I'm gonna fucking say it before I actually lose my fucking sanity, because I'm so close. I really am, dude. I don't want to admit it because, you know, I don't give up and whatnot. 25 years is a long fucking time, but I am so close to just giving up entirely. I really am. I really am, dude. I just am. I don't know how the fuck. I can't sugarcoat it. It's just the truth. I can't lie. I don't like lying. I just can't do it. It's just the fucking cold hard truth, dude. And that's on top of the fact that this year might just fucking kill me anyways if I can't get this fucking shit figured out. Which is even better. Great, cool. It's like I don't have a fucking choice in the matter. You know? It makes you wonder, man. It makes you wonder. And this is definitely going to be like a comeback story the fucking century if I do make it out of this alive. I am going to party harder than any fucking rock star ever fucking has if I can make it out of this shit alive. I really am. I'm going to feel like I'm the fucking king of the fucking goddamn universe. And I might die because I party too hard. I don't fucking know. It's going to be the best day of my fucking entire existence when that happens. Or, I'm just going to die trying. That's just what it is. That's just the reality of it right now. It's either I succeed or I die. That's all it is. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. I'm not gonna lie about it. That's just the truth. If you don't want to hear it, too bad. That's just the way it is. This is the fucking truth about it. I either make it, or I don't. That is where we're at right now. And the past 5 years, and it took me 3 hours to just recap the past 5 years, yeah, you can understand why. And that's just 5 years. The past 5 years. That's not accounting everything else that's happened. Since birth. Since the moment I was born. Even the moment I was fucking conceived. To be honest, there was already issues. You know? I have never gotten a fucking break. Ever. And it's becoming too much, man. And I'm not saying anything other than what I've said, you know, I'm not suggesting anything in terms of, like, does this guy need, like, help or something, you know? I mean, financially, yes, absolutely, you know. I'll become a fucking man of the night if I fucking have to. At this point, I don't fucking care. I will sell my fucking kidney if I have to. Just so I fucking die 2 years later, but hey, at least I got the fucking money I need. You know? But I mean, can you fucking blame me though? Can you? When all signs are pointing to just give up, and I still fucking refuse to give up, you know? It's not an easy fight. It's not. The universe is against me. But I'm not stopping. Until it kills me, okay? Just straight up. And if that fucking happens early, then, yeah, I'm sorry about that, you know? I'm already fucking terrified of death as it is. So obviously I don't want to die. But I do have to come to terms with the fact that, you know, it's possible. My chances are very high. And I'm only getting fucking closer to that. Every day that passes, that I cannot get this fucking shit sorted out. And that's terrifying in itself. It is. And if I had the emotional capabilities to, like, fucking cry about it, I would. But I can't. I don't know. I'm, like, emotionally fucking numb. Like, I couldn't cry even if I wanted to right now. But if I could, I would. I'd be breaking down harder than any human ever has right now. Just based off the past 5 years alone. But I can't. And I don't know how to. If it happens, it happens, sure, I guess, but I can't force it to happen. I'm just so fucking focused on trying to make it out of this alive that I just don't have emotions. You know? Like, I don't even socialize much anymore the past, like, 4 years, 5 years. You know? I just want to get my fucking life back to normal so I can just feel like a fucking human being again. Slaving away, fucking head down every fucking goddamn fucking day. Just to make it out of this alive. And if I fucking die trying, then fucking so be it. Fucking life's a bitch, I guess. Fucking fuck it all. Watch it burn at that point. You know? But I refuse to fucking give up. I really do. And I won't. Not yet. Not until I'm fucking dead. Or dying, or both. Whatever comes first. Which could be fucking tomorrow for all I fucking know, but it is what it is. So yeah. That's the main parts of the New Year's video. I know, wow, woo. It's like a celebration, huh? It's like a party. A party for the fucking dead, apparently. But hey, you know, what else am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to talk about how good this fucking year has been? Because what is there to talk about? You know what's been happening the past 7 months. I make a fucking update every single time. You already know. What else am I supposed to talk about? Oh, I had fucking beans and rice yesterday. Ooh, cool. Wow. What'd you have today? Beans and fucking rice, you know? Like, what the fuck you want from me? I did the best I could. Okay, I did. And I hope this sort of clears a lot of things up the past 5 years. And I just, you know, you've seen the quieter side to me, and a part of me you guys are just not used to. You guys are used to me being social and outgoing and charismatic and whatnot and all that kind of shit, but I'm not gonna fake nothing, dude. I'm not just gonna pretend like I'm okay when I'm not. You know, bro has been going through the fucking war zones and is still fucking fighting. Don't know why. I still am, though, and I'm not gonna stop. But I mean, I think that's quite literally everything up to this point that I want to talk about. I think. Recap the past 5 years, talk about everything that's led to this point, and then talk about this point. And how I feel going into the new year. You know? Am I super optimistic? No. Because why should I be? When all signs are pointing to just fucking giving up and dying. You know? Like, what am I supposed to like pretend? You know? There's nothing. There's nothing. It's either I just succeed or I don't. That's just literally it. That's just what it is. 26 fucking things, probably gonna be added more too as time continues. 26 fucking things. How many things you got on your list again? Fucking 2? 3? No. One of those is probably still going to the gym, huh? Very typical, eh? Typical. I recommend you do something like this too. Just start writing shit the fuck down, man. Why stop short? I mean, you're not in a position like I am. A lot of you have it much better than I do, don't get me wrong. You know? So maybe you don't have that much. But I mean, why just be comfortable with the way your life is now? It can always be better. You know? Are you a fucking trillionaire? I doubt it. Your life can always be fucking better. And, you know, you're allowed to be comfortable with the way your life is if you've done everything you want to do. And you're happy with the way your life is, I guess. Like, that's totally fine. But just why stop there, though, you know? You only got this one life, man. This is the only one you get. Well, depending on how death works, I guess, but, you know, why be comfortable with where you're at when you could be doing more, you could be doing better, you know? I don't get it. I don't get why people just get comfortable and then snap. Especially when we're young, too. Most of you are, like, around my age, you know? 20 to 30. Most of you are around that age. Why the fuck are we settling down to start families and shit, dude? The fuck y'all doing, man? It's your life to live at the end of the day, I guess. But I mean, like, we're still so fucking young, men, women. Like, what are y'all doing, bro? You realize that's like an 18-year long commitment plus more, right? You do realize that, right? Most of you are gonna be like 45, nearing 50. Depending on how young you are when you start, I guess, but it's just it doesn't make sense to me when you could be doing so much more. I don't know. Again, if you're happy with the way your life is, more power to you. It's your life to live. You make your own choices, free will and whatnot. But I just am not sold on the idea of just getting comfortable at a young age. No, I don't believe in it, dude. I'd rather get to a point where I can retire in the next 10 years. Now you have the rest of your life ahead of you instead of just 5, 10 years at best by the time you retire at 70. Most people don't live past fucking 80. Most people do not live past 80. Just keep that in mind. Some of you will. Most of you won't. Myself included. I'm certainly not making it that far. I'm probably not even making it to fucking 50. I don't even know if I'm going to make it to 30. I don't even know if I'm going to make it fucking 2 months from now. To be quite honest. But I refuse to give up, man. Because, I don't know. I don't get why you would not want the best for yourself. Who wouldn't want to retire in the next, 5 years? 10 years? Whatever it may be. Especially if you're around my age. Imagine retiring in your 30s. Now you got 40 years ahead of you to do whatever you want. Assuming you spend your money wisely and whatnot. You don't just sit on a fucking yacht for the rest of your life. But I mean, at that point, then you can actually start a family. And actually be there for them. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Maybe it's just the way I think, just because my life hasn't been great. I don't know. Y'all can let me know, I guess, if you fucking want to, but yeah. That's me free balling there. Just kind of just at the top of my head. No scripts or literally fucking anything, just from the top of my head. Aside from the 26 goals of this year that I was holding, that you maybe just heard me putting away. Again, I won't go into details about those because I don't think it really matters. It's more about the fact that I need to fix my life as soon as possible, or I'm just gonna die. That's just the way it is. At least my whole story is out there for people. Whole 12 years of my life. I think it was a year or two after my mother passed away and my life went to shit. So that's almost most of the worst parts of my life. It's all there for people to see and to watch and to listen to and to see the good parts, the bad parts, the worst parts. Everything is there as a giant lesson. Whether this lesson is going to end good or not is for time to tell, I suppose. But in the end, it's all going to be there, no matter how the story ends, okay? If I die young or I fucking live to see the end of the fucking internet, whatever it may be. But, yeah, that's just the reality of it right now, man. And, if I was looking at this moment 12 years ago, I probably wouldn't believe it. To be honest, I wouldn't believe how bad it's gotten. That we've gotten to this point. I wouldn't even, when you look at yourself in 5, 10 years, you think everything's gonna be great. You get your life together, and, picture all the things you'll be doing. And, none of that's happened. Not a single thing from the childhood brain has happened. And most of that shit was normal, too. To be fair. Aside from content, I guess. That was probably the weirdest one, but content is still the thing I want to do the most. Until the day I actually do die. It's what I fucking live for, man. I really do. Aside from the past 7 months, all I would think about is content for 12 years. Every waking moment is all I could think about is content. What's the next video I can make? Or what's the title going to be? What's the thumbnail going to look like? Where's the audience going to enjoy today? You know? That's the shit I live for. It's fucking curing your boredom. Or talking about real shit that no one else wants to fucking talk about. Because they're fucking scared to. And I'm scared to talk about it too, don't get me wrong. I'm like exposing a lot about myself, telling stories like this, but again, I'm just not going to sugarcoat it and lie about it. This is shit I've been through, and I'm going to share with people. To know that they're not alone. You know? You're not alone in this, man. I was just your average, typical fucking kid who got screwed over at the age of 11. And I've been trying to fix it ever since. That's a long time, man. What is that, like 14 years? Technically 15, I guess, if you don't count an anniversary portion. 14, 15 years. That is like a little more than half my life, I think. A little more than half my life has been me trying to just fucking recover from shit. You know how fucked up that is, man? Do any of you understand? If someone does understand, please tell me. For the love of God, please tell me. But I know I'm not going to be the only one. I'm not the first one who's been through this. I'm not going to be the last one who's been through this. But at some point it needs to end. At some point. We can't just let this keep happening to people. It's not fucking fair, man. It's really not. Life's not fair, though. You know, it's the argument there. And sure, fucking keep telling yourself that, I guess, because it's true, but why say that and not do anything about it? You know, why just accept the fact? Why are you just accepting that? Instead of trying to make it better, you know? Like, is your life just so fucking terrible that you're just like, yeah, this is the way it is, fucking. Life's a bitch, life sucks. Life's not fair. And you just accept that, and you go to bed just accepting that fact. Instead of going to bed thinking about what you could contribute to the world to make it slightly better. Just a little bit. Even just helping one person is doing something. You know? Every person counts, man. And I've saved like 5 lives. Which isn't a lot, but I mean it's something. You know? It's a moral dilemma, though, because it's like now these people have to suffer more through life's bullshit. To be fair, you know, I wasn't thinking about that during high school and whatnot, but, you know, even that is still a, you know, I contributed something to the world by saving 5 people's lives. What they do with that opportunity is totally up to them, man. If they decide to just take their own life at some point, that's on them, you know? But at least I saved them from that moment happening the first time. Or whatever, fucking, you know? And most of these people are strangers. To be fair, I don't even know these people. But I understand their pain. I understand what they're going through. And 9 times out of 10, most of these people just need someone to just listen to them. You know? To understand. You don't have to tell them it's gonna be okay, because you can't promise that, but just let them know that they're heard, and that they're seen, and that they're not just a ghost, you know? It's usually what I would do, and it works. But I don't know, maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm quote-unquote too good for the world, even though I've done some pretty bad things, but well, I say that like I'm the next Hitler or something, but I'm not. 2027 plans? I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I would never fucking hurt innocent people, dude. I couldn't bring myself to do that. Even like animals and shit, I can't even do it, dude. Like when I was homeless, it's not like I was fucking hunting for animals. Not that I would know how to, but I just, I can't bring myself to do shit like that. Now, if I have no other choice, on the other hand, then yeah, absolutely. You know, back to the wall type shit. I'm a man. I will do what a man has to do. But I'm not gonna like take advantage of that. You know, I'm not just gonna become a demon to society. Become like a fucking psychopath or some shit. You know, that's not who I am. That's not who I want to be, and that's not who I'm gonna become. Because I fucking refuse to let that happen. But that's just to say that I'm also not just, I'm not fucking God's angel or some shit like that. I'm not pure by any means. But I'm definitely not the worst. I have morals and shit, I got my own rules, I got morals, you know? Some people like to take my words and sort of, flip them against me sometimes. And I just, like to clear shit up like that, I mean, that's already saying a lot, to be fair, but that's just the truth, man. Like I said, I can't fucking lie about shit. I've told maybe like 3 lies my entire life, and I just can't do it. And I just understand how people do it. It's just fucking exhausting to just lie to people. Even if it's like to benefit them in some sort of way, like I just can't fucking do it, dude. I don't have the fucking energy for that. Not that people should be doing that in the fucking first place anyways, because you can't fucking trust no one anymore, but I mean, that's just the way I look at it, I guess. I'm a very, like, wise-minded, I guess. I don't know what you would call that. Because I just been through so much from a young age. Forced to be an adult before I was even a fucking teenager and whatnot. So I just sort of went through the stages of life a lot faster than most people. So maybe that has something to do with the way I look at things and the way I am and whatever, I don't fucking know. But yeah, trying to think of other stuff to talk about now that we caught up to everything up to this point. Talked about the past 5 years. I threw a little history lessons in there, here and there for you guys as well. But I just really wanted to run through the past 5 years because I just wasn't really talking about it much. I was just kind of staying silent through most of it. And I would just kind of make content whenever I was able to, and I would just never really talk about it. And obviously, you know why. Because it took me 4 hours to talk about everything that's happened the past 5 years. Just 5 years, too, which is crazy. Y'all would hate me if this was a 12-year fucking look back, wouldn't you? Imagine how long that video would be, dude. Fuck. That'd be like a 20-hour long video. Just going over 12 years of my life. Crazy. Also, I just did the math now, yeah. I've been recovering for over half my actual existence. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That's fucked. That's actually fucked up. After I said 12 years, I was like, 12 plus 12 is 24. But it's been 15 years I've been dealing with this shit for. 14, 15 years. Wow, dude, holy fuck. No wonder why doctors were like, how the fuck are you still going, dude? Oh, I totally get it now. Yeah, I don't know. I still don't have an answer to that. Other than the fact that my will refuses to give up, dude. That's the only explanation I have. Is my will, the fire inside just refuses to go out. That's all I can say, Because that's just, I don't have any other reason. It's not because I want to meet, my favorite celebrity or some shit. That's just what it is, man. That's just what it is. And I guess that's just, I don't know. I'm running out of steam here a little bit. Talking for fucking 4 hours straight will do that to you, huh? Makes sense. At least I'm still able to talk for this long, though, so that's good. It's fucking exhausting, though, man. I'm gonna be honest. Talking for fucking hours is fucking exhausting shit. Which, for almost all of you, that is just not the case, because you talk all the time, but I'm just so focused on trying to get my life together, man. I don't really talk for longer than like 20 minutes unless it's for content, to be honest. Because I'm just so focused on everything else and trying to get out of this fucking dumbass cycle that I'm stuck in that's gonna fucking kill me. And I'm not ready to die. I'm not ready yet, man. Even though I was supposed to die a very long time ago, I'm just not ready, bro. I made it this far, I'm gonna fucking do it again. 25 more years. Fuck it. At least live to 50 or something. I don't fucking know. I'd like to live as long as possible, don't get me wrong, but again, I don't get to really decide that. I mean, I get to decide if I want to cut it off short, I suppose, but no, I don't know. I do not know, and I probably should smoke another run real quick so we can, try and end this off or something. Or I can just keep fucking talking if y'all are into that right now. I don't know, because I haven't looked at chat whatsoever. And I apologize for that. I'm sorry that I haven't done that, but I just wanted to really stay focused on the conversation at hand. I hope y'all enjoyed the background content. I know it's weird. But hey, it's something to look at rather than just my fucking home screen for fucking 5 hours. So for those of you with ADHD and whatnot, I hope you're enjoying the glory days, even though there's no audio for it. And I apologize for that, but it would get too confusing if there was myself talking over myself. That'd be a little weird, to be honest. But yeah. I'm gonna get this going in a second here, and then we will. I don't know. We'll see what happens after this. And again, sorry for those of you that are, you're used to the whole end of year celebration and whatnot, but I didn't feel like that was necessary this year. Today's just another fucking day, man. Today's just another day with more shit to fucking do. And I don't mean that as in like, oh god. I just mean like, 26 more goals added to my already 50 goals I already fucking have as it is. Just to break out of this god for fucking sake and curse, dude. Oh my god. I hope it doesn't kill me, man. I hope this story has a happy fucking ending. I really do. But at the end of the day, dude, I'm on the edge, man. I'm on the fucking edge. It is not the edge of glory either. It's just the fucking edge. Like a giant mountain just on the edge of it, dude. I just hope things work out in my favor. And if I die trying, well, at least everything's there for people to watch. Everything go wrong. From the moment I was like 12 up until now. Literally everything. You can see the whole story unfold right before your eyes. That's why I hope it has a happy ending, though, so I can look back at these moments and be like, wow, that really was the worst, but look at me now. Look how good it is. Look how fucking healthy I am. You know? I just want a normal fucking life again. That's all I want. I don't have to have anything fucking better than that at this point. I don't fucking care. I just want a typical, normal fucking life again. I will work in a fucking cubicle. The fucking one thing I just never wanted to do, and I'll do that fucking 10 hours a fucking day, Monday to Friday. I don't give a fuck. Go talk with fucking Joe, having a fucking coffee, whatever it may be. At least that's fucking normal, okay? At least it's fucking normal. It's all I want. And most of you are running away from that. Because you're like, oh, my life is just so bad, it sucks so much. Oh, I go to fucking work fucking 5 times a week and I make fucking like fucking $2,000 every month or more. Oh, so bad. Oh yeah, it must be. I would do fucking anything to be in your position. I really would, man. I really would. I'll take all the fucking pain included, bro. I would do anything just to go back to a normal fucking life again. Just a fucking regular 9 to fucking 5, dude. Fucking making minimum wage, bro. Obviously, I want better than that. Don't get me wrong. I want to be much better than that. But that is, that's the bare minimum, man. I just, I don't know. Again, the quote, you don't know how good you have it until it's gone, is just one of the realest things fucking ever, man. Because you don't. And I was like you too. I was like, oh, this normal fucking life sucks so much. Or, oh, going to work every day is fucking so terrible. Yeah. Boy, was I wrong. You should be grateful for that. Depending on how much you're making. I mean, if your boss is screwing you over, then maybe don't be grateful for that. You know, move on, I suppose. But that's just the point I'm at now, man. I would do anything to just have a fucking salad right now with some like chicken in it. A fucking salad, bro. How many of y'all just are like, oh yeah, I want a salad? Probably none of you, to be honest, unless you just like salad. Not that salad really does anything for you, depending on the way you make it, but like that's what I mean by normal. Or just wake up in the morning and just have a nice crisp apple, you know? Maybe a banana too. For lunch, just eat some fucking raw ass fucking broccoli, bro. Washed, obviously. Like, that's how desperate I am, just to get back to a normal life, man. Most people don't want any of that, you know? But I do. I do, though. I just want a normal fucking life again, man. Fucking wake up, make money, fucking do whatever. Because this whole fucking $20 a month thing just ain't fucking working, dude. It ain't fucking working anymore. Eating fucking beans and rice fucking 4 times a week is just, I can't fucking take it. And I'm not gonna say it again. If I say it fucking like 3 times, fucking all hell's gonna fucking break loose, dude. I swear to God. But I'm thinking about it. I'm certainly thinking about it. But yeah, I'm just, let me fucking just mute this for a second, get my fucking thoughts straight here. Give me a moment, if you would be so kind. Or don't, if you just fucking hate me, I guess. I don't know. Up to you, though. Alright, that was a better one. um, but yeah, I'm not sure what else to really talk about, considering I've been talking for 4 hours straight, and I'm pretty much ready for bed at this point. I don't care about celebrating or anything. It's fucking, like I said, it's another fucking day, dude. It's just another fucking day of more shit to do. That's all it is to me right now. Which sucks, considering this was one of the better years of my entire life. But that's the way we're going into the new year, man. Just another day with 26 more fucking things to figure out. You know? There's nothing to really celebrate about, other than fucking being alive, I guess. That's about it. You know, I am grateful, don't get me wrong. You know, I'm happy I didn't die all the times I probably should have. But, you know, sometimes you gotta question to yourself, like, you know, would it have been better if that did happen? You know? Especially if this story doesn't end well. You know? Like, wouldn't it have been better if it just ended early? Instead of just trying for fucking 15 years, 14 years, however long it's been. You know? That's over half my fucking life. Over half of my entire life. That's a long time, man. That's a long time, bro. And I've been making content for 12 of that. 14 to 15 years, man. Like, there's just, like, no wonder why I've hit this point. You know? Just laid it all out for you. So you know. It's all there. You can watch this back as many times as you want to. It is all there. Fucking nothing to hide, man. Other than the fact of how tired I fucking am right now, and I want to go to fucking bed, to be honest. Just to wake up and do it all fucking over again, oh boy. Everything's fucking closed anyways. Again, I don't want to say all of this to sound like I'm suggesting something, because I'm not suggesting that, I would do something to myself that would be not good, to say the least. I'm not suggesting that, but at the same time, I am running out of options here. You do, you gotta pull the plug at some point, And I don't know, I don't want this year to be the year, I really don't. I just want this year to go well. The first 3 months are going to be the most important, dude. Those are going to be the most important years, or the most important months, rather. And if I can't get shit figured out by then I don't know what's going to happen. I could die, or I can keep fighting. Or I can keep fighting and then fucking die later on anyways. This is the reality of it right now. Which sucks, because I'm capable of so much, obviously. I doubted myself my entire fucking life, thinking I couldn't do anything. And now here I am spending 7 months what people go to fucking, university for 3 years straight. It's something I did in 7 months. People pay tens of thousands of dollars to learn this stuff. And I did it in 7 months, man. I still have a lot to go, to be fair, but I mean, that's amazing that I've done so much in 7 months. And I still got nothing to fucking prove for it, but at least I've been able to make it this far. That's, it's impressive in its own way. I'm definitely not a quitter. And I don't plan on being. But if worse does come to worse, then, I do apologize for that happening, if that happens, But, again, fucking everything's there. Past 5 years, just this one video, fucking 12 out of the 15 years I've been fucking just trying to survive. Everything is there. From the very fucking beginning, basically, of all of this happening. It is all there for people to witness. So, at least there's that. Use that for what you will. If worse comes to worse, maybe the videos will just blow up out of nowhere and people will, realize what happened or something. I don't know. But it's just, that's really all I really got to talk about, man. Sorry, again, that this isn't your typical end of the year video, and that I don't sound very hopeful and whatnot, but can you blame me? Can you really blame me after just the past 4 hours of me talking? You probably can't, man. You're probably feeling the same way now after all of that, and I'm sorry for, if I ruined your mood. Giving you something to think about, or maybe I'm not sorry, I don't know. But, again, I don't like to hide stuff. I like to talk about it how it is, and how I feel. Yeah, that's my plan for this year. It's to get shit figured out as fast as possible. I've written down everything I need to do. And I'm gonna fucking stick to it. Because I've done it for 7 months, and I'm gonna just do it even harder. For longer. I don't give a fuck how long it takes, and I don't care if I die trying. This is the only chance I fucking have at this point. To break this curse. To get back to a normal life. And to just start living. For once, out of my 25 years of existence, I can finally start living. That's my plan, man. That's my plan. I don't give a fuck how I get there. If my own business fails by the end of all of this, so be it. At least I fucking tried. And I'm just gonna try something else. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna try something else until I fucking die. That's just the way I am right now. And that's the way I plan to be. So, if that's a problem for you, then, I'm sorry, I guess. I don't know, but this is the way it is right now. I don't really know what else I could really add to this. And if I do have to get to the point where I'm like fucking selling my good clothes, my fucking TV and shit, and console, then, obviously content will have to take a back seat because I just can't make content at that point. But, I'll be focusing on everything else like I already am. Until there's just nothing else to do for the day. And then, then I make content. Still got my phone and whatnot, and do vlogs or something, I don't know, but that's just like last resort. If literally nothing is working, that's what I have to do. Is I have to sell everything I'm able to sell that I own. That's just what I'm gonna have to do. I can't get rid of the computer or my phone. But everything else is not a priority, technically, in the grand scheme of things, Do I need a bed to sleep on? No. Is it more comfortable? Absolutely. But I can sleep on the floor. I could totally sleep on the floor. That gives me like $300 fucking dollars. So be it. I'll sleep on the floor for fucking 3 months. I don't give a fuck. I'll sell my fucking chair if I have to. I don't know, man. I'm just at that point. I will fucking just have the bare fucking minimum. Which is the fucking computer and phone. And like a washroom and food. That's about it. If nothing else is working, that's the only choice I'll have. And But yeah, it's just the way it's gonna have to be. I can't really fight that. And I would have to accept that too. So, hopefully it doesn't come to that, but I mean, you know, there's a chance. There's the chance, for sure. And I would have to be okay with it. And I would be okay with it. Because it's better to admit it now, before it happens. To be fair, but... yeah, just know that does happen, you know. I won't be able to make content for a bit. But I can sacrifice a couple months. I'm okay with that. I've been doing this for 12 years. I think you guys would be okay with that if things are better after that, you know? If I just end up dying after that, then it's like, well, you know, what the fuck's the point? But if I could sacrifice those couple of months to fix shit, get some fucking paychecks rolling in, you know, then I can upgrade shit, make better content, just fucking start over again for like the fucking 4th time in my entire life. I'm so sick and tired of starting from rock bottom, dude. I really am. I'm like fucking that one Greek god that pushes that boulder up the hill, dude. That's me. I'm that guy. I really am. Because it never fucking ends. It just doesn't. And then it just fucking goes back to the bottom again. And fucking, oh, here we go again. Do it all over. Just for it to do it again, you know? Fucking, fuck, oh god. It's too much. It really is. It just is. It just is. And I'm not even, you're not any alcohol or anything, dude. This is just straight brain right now. Past fuck up, going on 5 hours probably. Yeah, it's just straight brain. I know it may not sound like it at times because I'm slurring a little bit, but I'm literally just fucking so exhausted. Just want to sleep. But yeah, that's all I can really think of. Sorry if you didn't like this video, I guess. My bad that my life sucks. You know, what else do you want me to say? You know? Oh, I had the best time of my life, you know? It's just bullshit. I can't lie about nothing. I don't want to. I don't have the energy or the time for that. It also took me 4 hours to finish this Coke. That was crazy. But all out of this for a while too. This was like my emergency one. Because I'd always buy bottles and shit. I think I've had this in summertime. Same with the alcohol I have too. I haven't fucking cracked open any of those. Because, like, why? Why would I? You know? I fucking quit drinking for a reason. And, you know, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'll gladly drink to celebrate something, but again, there's nothing to celebrate, so... if I do get successful with all of this, then yeah, I'm gonna, like I said, I'm gonna party harder than fucking any rock star ever has. Absolutely. Because it'd be worth it at that point. But like right now, like, you know, what's the point, man? The fuck am I doing other than just wasting more time? You know? It's not what I'm here for. I just want to break this fucking curse and go back to just a normal fucking life so I can do better, get healthier, fucking get richer, you know? Build it up from there. But I at least need to get back to a fucking normal life first before I even can do that. Because right now I'm like fucking fourth worlding that shit, dude. I'm like a fucking peasant at this point. Fucking farming for the king. Here's your potatoes, my fucking lord. Enjoy. The fruit of my fucking labor. Can't wait to see if you'll feed me fucking a spoonful of fucking soup for dinner or not. That's the point I'm at, honestly, man. I mean, that's better than just a fucking spoonful of soup, don't get me wrong. Rice and fucking beans. At least I'm not starving to death, I guess, but I'm dying of everything fucking else other than that. Like, fucking, god damn it. Yeah, it's too much. Too much for one person, man. But, again, I'm not gonna give up. Even though all signs are pointing to that I should. But I won't. I'm not gonna let life win until it fucking drops me dead on the ground. Then I'll give up. My heart stops beating, I'm done. Game over. Whatever. Until then, though. I've been fighting for 15 years, and I'll fight for fucking 15 more. Just to see the light of day, bro. I mean, at that point, I wouldn't be able to start a family anymore, I guess. Let's just not do that. More like next 5 years, realistically, would be a lot better than 15 years, to be fair. You know? That'd be a lot better. Just saying. Just putting that out there into the universe. Yeah. But yeah. These first 3 months of this year are gonna be the most important. And it might take me a couple days to sort of get into the flow of things, the way I'm trying to overtime it even harder than it already is. Because I'm already trying to do 50 things a fucking day. I'm just adding more shit to do every day. But this is do or die right here, man. If this doesn't work, it's over. It just is. There's no other way around it, man. It's now or never. That's what this year has proven to me, because this has been one of the better years of my entire life. Doesn't mean it's gonna keep going uphill like that. Like, it could take fucking 10 years for all I know to feel just better. But yeah, I don't got time to waste like that, man. I can't wait that long. I don't have that long. Maybe I do. I don't fucking know. I can't tell the future. I can predict it for sure, yeah, but I don't know what's gonna happen. Oh, God. Anyway, that's it. That's it. I'm probably gonna be. There might be more of these style of videos, because I'm just. Mentally, I'm just at a point. Like, physically, I'm doing better. Again, sleep issues, and, I've only gotten sick once this year and whatnot, but the past 2 months mentally have just really taken it out of me, man. Like, to the point I'm almost losing my entire hope. Because I don't even know what my hope is. I'm just chasing a fucking light in the distance that I don't even know if it exists or not. I'm sure that light can go out at any fucking second. But I'm still chasing it. I don't know why. But hopefully in the end it's worth it. I hope this wasn't all for nothing. All my fighting and struggling and surviving, I hope it's not all for nothing. And if we do get the bad ending, and I do, worst comes to worst, then at least I got to enjoy a few moments of life. Through all the bad shit. At least I can appreciate those moments that were good. Look back on them and whatnot. sort of chase those feelings still. But yeah, that's really all I can say before I fucking pass out, because I'm about to pass out, to be honest. I am so very tired. But I just have so much I want to fucking talk about. But I can't. I'm so tired. This is so much, dude. That was just 5 years. That's like fucking almost 5 hours. Just for the past 5 years on its own. And that was skimming over a lot of shit, too. Like, you know, I have a lot. I have a lot I want to talk about. But I can't do it. I want to so bad, but I just can't. I'm gonna keep yapping though, but yeah, I'm kind of losing the purpose here a little bit of this video. Kind of losing traction a little bit. But yeah, I hope that just sort of makes more sense to a lot of you to know like how I'm in the position I'm in, and my shit just hasn't really felt right the past, 5 years or so. And my content hasn't been the way it used to be and whatnot. Hopefully that sort of sheds some light on that a little bit. Yeah, I'm not sugarcoating anything at all by any means. I'm just saying it how it is. And that's just the truth, man. Like it or not, dude. Just like my fucking existence, like it or not, bro. That's my life. I just can't change it. That's the way it is. But I can stop it from happening, I would like to think. I would hope so. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. I was hoping we could do some, like, Marvel Rivals or something to, like, end this off, but I didn't expect to be talking for, like, almost 5 fucking hours straight, so... Not that I ever expect that to happen. I just expected to just recap the past 5 years and talk about next year plans, and that'd be it. That's what I thought would happen. That was like 2 hours ago. I mean, this past hour has mostly been me just repeating the same fucking shit over and over again because, again, mentally I'm just fucking losing my goddamn fucking mind. But, I don't know. I had to read these all to y'all, but I won't. I've said a few, and a few of these you can sort of imagine yourself just from things I've been talking about, but some of these things you also don't know what these are. Probably have no idea it's on here, to be fair. But is it for me, the universe, to know, man? 26 fucking things. That's a lot. On top of everything I'm trying to do. If anyone looks me dead in the fucking eyes at any point, and they're like, you didn't try hard enough, I'm knocking us both out. I'm knocking us both out at the same fucking time. Just, I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but I'm just gonna do that. And we're just both gonna be on the ground, just knocked out. At the same fucking time. Cause, like, how the fuck could you say that to my face? Like, seriously. And I will fucking draw you a fucking diagram if I have to. Of just how complicated one of these things I'm trying to do is. Now that stems into like 100 other fucking things. And that's just one thing. That's not the fucking 30 other things I'm trying to do. That are also stemming off into hundreds of other fucking things. It really is insane. It really is. But this is what desperate people do. This is what they do. This is what happens when you don't, like, when you have no other fucking choices. You gotta trigger that part of your brain to be able to sit down for fucking countless hours every fucking day. No breaks, no days off, for fucking weeks, sometimes even months of slaving away from the moment you wake up to the moment you go to fucking bed. Just to get out of it. Just to get out of the fucking hellscape that has been created within your life around you. That's more than a sacrifice. It is more than that. That is what it is at the end of the day. You're sacrificing your time to be successful, to fix your shit, you know? But no one will ever talk about all the friends you've lost along the way, the family that doesn't fucking talk to you anymore, the abuse and trauma that you've endured, you know? The way people fucking treat you, you know? The fact that you're just shut out from society a little bit, just kind of staying in your corner, or as rappers like to stay, you know, cooking in the basement or whatever the fuck they say nowadays, you know, crawling through the fucking trenches, man. It ain't pretty. It ain't pretty at all. Not the slightest. It ain't easy either. Not everyone is able to do this. But when you have no fucking other choice, it's either you fucking sacrifice those moments and you fucking give up on literally everything you've ever had in your life to fix it, or you give up. The choice is yours. Choose as you wish. You can either fucking sacrifice literally fucking everything to have a better life, or just give the fuck up. And not everyone can fix it. If anything, most people can't. And maybe I'm a prime example of that, because nothing I'm doing is fucking working for 15 fucking years, but I'm still goddamn trying. Every single day. Still trying. All the time. Aside from when I was getting sick for every month or two for 4 years, but you get the point. Alright? And that all stems back to you need money to get to work to make money to get to work, you know? Or if you have gaps in your resume, you need money to be able to fucking work for free. To get money. Not even. To get fucking experience on your resume so fucking employers can see, oh yeah, he's doing stuff. We can trust him. To get money to be able to go to work in order to get the money you actually need. That's a big ol' fuck you from life, dude. It really is. And when you fall below that threshold where you can't even fix your fucking resume because you don't have the money to work for free to be able to get a paying job again, it's just, there's a reason why most people can't get out of it. Because it's almost fucking impossible. But I'm almost fucking impossible too. I shouldn't even exist anymore. But here I am. So I think that kind of counteracts that a little bit. I'm already done the impossible. So I'm gonna just fucking do it again. I'm gonna have to probably do it again too in the future. And then fucking do it again before I die, probably. Whatever the fuck, I don't know. But the fact that I'm even here now, making this video, this fucking depressing ass, real fucking talk, real shit video on a day of celebration that you have survived another year. Well, That's just who I am right now. That's just what needs to happen. You know? I'm not just gonna pretend for a moment that my life is perfect and go fucking lose my mind. Set off some fireworks, have some shots, make a celebratory video. Here's the best of the year. Let's have a fucking great time, everyone. Fucking band together. Let's fucking have a good night. No. Because that's not helping me. That's just wasting fucking more time. More time that I don't fucking have. When I have something to celebrate over, then I will. And we will. And we'll have a fucking amazing time doing it. Alright, don't get me wrong. But until then, I'm not gonna fucking pretend anything. Alright? I'm just not. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna fucking do any of that shit. If I be going through it, I'm going through it. Alright? That's just the way it is. Most people aren't like that. But I'm real, man. I'm as real as they fucking get. I really am, dude. You know, like most people just aren't. They want to be like a perfect version of themselves for society, because that's what society wants. Or else they just fucking hate you. Clearly. Because this is what happens when you take that fucking mask off. You face reality for what it is. This is what happens. This is the position you get into. Where society tries to fucking kill you. To take you out. To end it. Because you're different. You're not normal. You're not like them. I ain't giving up. I will not give up. Unless I die. Then I have no choice. But until then, I refuse. And I will sacrifice whatever needs to be sacrificed to make that happen. Selling fucking whatever. Like I said, I'll fucking sell my fucking bed if I have to. And sleep on the fucking hard floor. I don't care anymore. If that's what has to happen, so fucking be it, okay? So be it, dude. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to fucking make at this point. Alright? Straight up. If I have to go homeless a fucking third time, with, like, not knowing my chances of surviving, so be it. I'll do that too. I'll go live in the fucking wilderness again in the dead of fucking winter if I have no choice. Sure. At least I know within a couple months I won't have to stay like that anymore if I survive long enough. Not saying I will, but I mean if I, you know, like I'm willing to just do just about anything to break this fucking curse. Cause it's just too much, man. It's too much. I know I'm like, you know, I don't let depression get to me anymore. I'm, you know, happier than the past, but at this current point, as it stands right now, these are my thoughts. In real time, no scripting, no nothing. I'm really just staring at my desk, looking at the fucking blank-ass screen, fucking nothing to look at. Looking at my fucking water, you know? this is just free mind, or whatever the fuck, you know? Clearly. But, I mean, this is just the truth. This is what I'm thinking, this is how I'm feeling, this is what I'm doing. You know, and this is what it is. Now we'll do updates, of course. Probably. But yeah. Like I said, it might take me a couple days to get into the flow of all this, but I got my work cut out for me even more than I already did. It was already hard enough doing everything I'm trying to do day to day. Just add 26 more things to that. But this is what has to happen, man. If I need to fucking work for like 18 fucking hours, so be it. You know? Fuck it. That's just the way it has to be. Just to get out of this fucking curse. And then once I'm out, then I can relax. Once the curse is broken, and I'm fucking living a normal life again, I have paychecks coming in, I can buy fucking groceries, I can pay my fucking bills in full, I have a fucking phone plan, you know, whatever the fuck, all the basic shit. Then I can relax. You know? Yeah, I could take a couple days off. Fuck it. A whole week? Sure. Why not? But until then, not gonna fucking happen. Unless I get sick, unless I get injured, unless there's just literally fucking nothing to do that fucking day and I can't think of something else to do that day while I'm waiting for the next day to do fucking other shit that I need to do that I just can't do that day, then yeah, of course, I will just do nothing. You know? I'll do all the fucking basic shit every human needs to do. And then I'll be like everyone else. And just sit back and relax. Maybe even kick my feet up. Maybe even watch a movie or something crazy. But until then, I fucking refuse. Alright? That's just my life right now, man. I haven't watched a fucking movie in years. Which fucking sucks, because there's so many movies I want to see. But those are the sacrifices I've been making, man. It's only gonna get worse. Like, I will literally sell everything I own other than my computer and my phone. And, like, enough clothes for, like, a week. And fucking just get rid of everything else if I have to. So be it, bro. If that's what needs to happen, just let it happen, man. That's the point I'm fucking at. Sitting in a fucking empty room on the floor. With a shitty fucking laptop. With a phone that barely wants to fucking work. Making the magic happen. And then I can go back to normal. Then I can upgrade stuff. Then I can make better content. Fucking buy groceries, pay bills. Just have a normal fucking life again. Because I am so unbelievably fucking desperate for that. And people will turn around and look at me and be like, "You're lazy. You don't care enough. You're not even trying." Shit like that is why I just don't want to exist. You know? Like, fucking fuck shit. I am trying more than fucking most people ever will. And people will still fucking say that shit to me, then. I'm about to start just fucking slapping people for saying that shit. Honestly, fuck it. If that gets me fucking killed, so be it. Fucking break my arms. I don't fucking care anymore. And fucking just start slapping people with the fucking white glove, bro. Fucking goddamn it. Fucking 1800s shit. The gentleman slap. It's just, I don't get how people can think that. When I'm losing my fucking mind over the amount of shit I'm trying to do, just get back to normal. Oh, it's gonna drive me crazy. No one better say those fucking words to me. At all this year. Or for the rest of my fucking life, for that matter. Anyone who's fucking said that shit would have fucking better be last time. Because if that fucking shit happens again, oh, I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it, dude. I'm gonna dump hundreds of piles of paper on the fucking ground and being like, "You see this? Does that look like nothing, dude?" Fucking creating my own fucking textbook of knowledge, basically, so I can just go back to it whenever I need it. Who the fuck else does that, man? Other than people like Albert Einstein and shit, dude. Show me anyone else that has done something like that, please. Please, probably might teach me something that I can write down and add to the fucking pile. Okay? And now that this information is actually being retained, it's actually useful. I love learning. I like learning shit. I just wish I wasn't forced into this position. Being at the lowest rock bottom. No, that's not true, because I've been homeless twice. We're like a tier above that. But we're close. We're close to that. We're close to being below that, too. We're not far off. Hopefully we don't hit that point. It's happened twice, though. It can always happen a third time. I don't want it to, but it could. I won't let it, though. Anyway. Yeah, that's all I can think of that I wanted to talk about. Sorry this went on for so long. Didn't know 5 years would take 5 hours to talk about. That's just how much shit I've been going through. And, yeah. If you enjoyed, let me know. I can do more of these videos where I just talk. If you're into that sort of thing. Just a one-person fucking podcast, I guess. I don't know. Just sort of speaking my mind in real time. No scripting or even thinking about what I'm saying, to be honest. I'm just letting it flow as I think about it. Pretty much. So if you're into that, drop a like or something, I guess, or drop a comment if you want to. And if you didn't, then you're not here right now, so thank you, I guess, for sticking around for the 10 seconds you were here. I guess this is more of a fucking therapy session than anything. That's what it's fucking feeling like, dude. Now your therapy sessions are fucking 5 hours long, bro. That's insane. I've been talking for 5 whole hours. Fuck, dude. That's crazy. It's crazy to be able to do that without any alcohol, too. Just smoking. And being fucking tired. Crazy what that does to someone, eh? Just fucking keep on yapping. Yapping. Anyway, speaking about yapping, I got nothing else to talk about. I hit my limit here. 5 hours later, I've hit my limit. I got nothing else. I'm tired. I want to go to bed. I got nothing to celebrate, so I'm not going to. You know? Today is just another fucking day, which is more added to my plate to take care of. That's how I'm looking at it. If you don't like to hear that, then I'm sorry for being your fucking buzzkill, I guess, but that's just my life right now, man. You know? I'm not just gonna pretend everything is just non-existent. Just to have a good night. Or a good day. Or even a good week. Some people can go all week, dude. But nope. Just another fucking day to wake up and do it all over again. But if we do get the good ending of this story, then we're gonna have a good time. Everyone's invited. Besides the haters. Fuck y'all. Y'all fucking go somewhere else. Everyone else that fucking supported me, dude? Hell yeah, bro. We're partying like billionaires, dude. Absolutely. Fucking yacht and everything, dude. Private helicopter to take you there? Fuck it. I don't give a shit. But until then, I have made my decisions. And, you know, again, it's either I succeed and I can fix my life and get back to just a regular fucking normal ass bullshit life that everyone's trying to fucking escape as it is, Or I just die. That's all it is. Those are my two options. And obviously I'm not dying yet, so gonna do the most I can. If people don't like that, that's on them. You know? At least I'm sacrificing everything in my fucking life to just get out of this fucking curse. While most people won't do that. They won't fight it. They'll just accept it because it's hard to fight it. And they'll just accept the way their life is. I ain't gonna do that. This is the one life I got. I'm gonna make it fucking count. I'm gonna fucking die trying. Like I've been doing for 15 fucking years. I'm still alive. I just hope it's all fucking worth it in the end, dude. Because, wow, have I just not lived at any point ever. And I would like to. Being 25 and never just lived life is just very sad to witness. It really is. You know? 10 years? Sure. You know? 5 years, yeah, a little more normal. 15 plus years, though. Like, you know, over half my life. Just been surviving. Fighting the same fucking wars over and over again. And I still don't know why. But I'm gonna keep fucking doing it, though. Because I guess I am crazy in the end. Went my whole life being like I'm not crazy and I never will be crazy. But clearly I am if I haven't given up after 15 years, right? You know, that's not normal. That's not normal. I'm like the good type of crazy, I guess. Well, depending on how this goes, but clearly, like you said, you know, I'm not your typical person. Clearly. If I've made it this far through everything, that's just not normal. So yeah. I guess it already happened 15 years ago. This whole time. If you really think about it. That makes sense of why I'm still going for no reason. That makes sense why there is no reason, I guess, too. Just doing it just to do it, I guess. I don't know. Just to see where life goes. Wow. Crazy. Anyway, that's it. That's all I want to fucking talk about. I got nothing else. My throat hurts. I am so tired. I'm so tired that I sound like I'm drunk as fuck right now. Because I can hear it. I sound so drunk. But I'm not. That's crazy. I've always been like that though when I get too tired. That's why I never needed the drink at first, because if I'm just tired enough, I'm already basically drunk anyways. Fucking feels like I am, that's for damn sure. I don't know what part of your body causes that to happen, but it's a bit much. It's a bit much. Anyway, yeah, thank you for listening to me ramble about the past 5 years and whatnot. I'm sorry this isn't your, you know, happy, fucking cheerful video that everyone would expect this time of year. And usually just from my channel, usually, you know, we celebrate in some sort of way, no matter how bad it is, but again, I'm just not sugarcoating anything anymore. I refuse to. And I'm just gonna say it how it is. If this is everything I'm thinking and I'm feeling, that's just literally the reality of it. Take that as you will, I guess, I don't know. But that's just reality of it, man. 3 months. 3 months. That should be all it fucking takes, is a maximum of 3 months to get my life back to normal. If I can't do it in 3 months, then I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm obviously going to keep trying. But those first 3 months are important. If things don't go right, it's basically over. Alright? I'm just letting you guys know, okay? Just letting you know. Alright? And trust me, it's terrifying even just saying that and thinking about it. I know I don't sound like I'm fucking terrified, but I am. I am scared beyond fucking belief that this will kill me. But it's the only choice I have is to do what I'm doing, but just more. Fucking, do you do it for 8 hours? Fuck it, do it for 9. Do it for 10. Just do more of it. Do it better. Do it faster. And if the first 3 months do work in my favor, then the future would look a little brighter. And I can focus on my health and get better, and eat better, you know? Actually start living again. And just hoping that nothing goes terribly wrong again. But how likely that is to happen, I don't know. I'm not a professional. I can't just make a number up, because I don't know what the odds are. All I know is that the odds are not in my fucking favor. They never have been, though. I've made it 15 years through this. Alright? That's definitely long enough for me to just collapse onto the ground. For the last time. It really is. But I'm gonna keep trying. Alright? For me, for you, for fucking everyone that cares. You know, family, friends, fucking love interests. You know? The community. The people that they've helped maybe through me. I know there's been a few of you guys that have at least spoken about it. How I helped you and then you've helped other people. That's what I'm here to do, man. That's what I live for. It sucks that I have to go through all of this for 15 years. It sucks. And it's the worst. It's not the worst. It could be so much worse. I could be dead. I could have been dead a long time ago. I could have been bombed. I could be paralyzed. You know? I could have a fucking life-threatening condition. I probably already have one anyways. But, you know, I'm not gonna give up. For all of us. Because if I give up, what does that tell you? You know, then you're being like, well, I should give up too. This dude's done it for 15 years and I've been at it for 2 years. If he can't do it after 15 years, then, you know, what's the point in trying? I don't want that. I don't want people to go through that shit. If I can fucking prevent it. You know, I'd rather be a living example that you shouldn't give up. Even though it's hard. You know, that there is a light at the end of the tunnel type of thing. You know, things do get better. But they also do get worse. Something people need to talk about more are the bad things. We need to stop pretending like it doesn't happen. Because it does. And the more we pretend it doesn't happen, the more lonely people are gonna fucking feel. Because no one's gonna talk about it. And they're gonna think that they're the only ones going through that shit. When they're not. There's probably been billions of people going through the exact same situation you are. Maybe not the exact same, but close to it. And worse. You know, there's always worse, but there's always better. What side of the coin do you want? You're the one flipping it, you're in control of it, dude. You gotta choose. You know? You gotta choose, man. Or you just accept the way your life is. And you just get comfortable with it. And I can't do that, because I would have died if I did that. And again, I'm gonna do everything in my physical fucking power to get my life at least decently back to normal within the first 3 months. Again, I will sell fucking literally everything and just sit on the fucking hard floor if I have to make that happen. Those are the sacrifices I'm willing to make. You know? That's just, I don't know, it's part of being a man, I guess. I don't know, maybe I'm more of a man than most people are willing to be. And maybe that's a good thing. Maybe I'll be like a good father one day if I fucking am able to fucking do that fucking sooner than later. Because if I'm too old, then like what the fuck's the point anymore? You know? If I'm gonna graduate and I'm just gonna be fucking dead. Fucking old man dead, dude. I don't want that shit. You know? I'd say there's probably like less than 10 years to really make that happen in a reasonable amount of time. To be fair. Or else I'm gonna be like fucking 60 and shit. And I'd rather just not do that, because I can see them grow up. I'm just gonna fucking die. But I don't know. Maybe that's part of that, you know? Maybe I'm secretly just like, really strong. Yeah, maybe that's what people want. I don't fucking know. I don't give a shit. I am me, and that's just the way I am. It's who I am, it's what I am, it's what I do. It's just the way I is. And if people don't accept that, well, it doesn't affect me fucking at all, does it? You can have your fucking opinions, dude. I don't give a shit. Doesn't affect me. Now, if you start breaking into my fucking homes and shit again, and like stealing shit, then yeah, that's affecting me. So don't fucking do that. Alright? But if you make a mean fucking comment or some shit, or you DM me, and you're like, oh, you suck, or whatever, then cool. There's more engagement for me, man. Say what the fuck you want to say, dude. Doesn't affect me. Alright? Ain't gonna do it. Anyway, that's it. That's all. I'm tired. I need to pass out. Unfortunately. Even though I'm fucking starving. Now that my stomach issues are getting better, dude, I've been so fucking hungry. Because I'm eating so much fucking oatmeal and toast. Fucking rice. Fucking bullshit food that doesn't fucking do anything. That's really all I got, though. I don't even have pasta sauce to use all these fucking noodles. I don't have money for food. So, yeah. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fucking so good. Can't wait. Can't wait to have beans and fucking rice again. And then again. And then again. Mixing a little bit of toast in there. Maybe a soup. What a fantastic fucking life. But hey, at least I'm not starving to death, though, right? Haha, you know? I'm just slowly fucking dying, and it's not slowly anymore. Like, I'm just dying at this point. Oh God, I hate the fact that it's just fucking. I hate the fact that that's the truth, man. I fucking hate it. I hate that. But I'm not gonna hide from the truth. I'm not gonna hide from it. Anyway, I'm starting to repeat myself too much, so that's it. That's all. I would play music or something for like 10 minutes, sort of like as like an outro, but I'm very tired. Like, my eyes are blurry and shit. But I just have so much I keep wanting to talk about. Then I'm like trying to like cut myself off, and then I'm just like repeating myself now. Yeah, no, I don't. No music. Not gonna happen. I don't need fucking upbeat shit. It's not gonna change anything. But yeah. I kind of want to like smoke one more first, just before I do that. I probably shouldn't, but I want to, so I'm going to. And then yeah, that's gonna be it. And then I'll turn it off, I guess. Sorry again that this isn't your typical video that you're used to. Excuse me. Sorry that I've been talking for fucking 5 hours as well. What's the longest we talked for on fucking... Was that like 10 hours before? That was the longest one in recent times. Talking for 10 hours fucking straight. Not even a charity event or anything, just fucking free will, dude. But I think that's because I just talk so little now. Because I'm so focused on everything. You know? It just kind of all builds up. And then when I do start fucking talking, it's like, yeah, let's just get it all fucking out at once. Fucking entire fucking work shift been talking for almost. Well, if it was 8 hours, I guess. Still, though. That's insane. Not even comedians go that long, dude. It's crazy. And that's coming from the guy being like, oh, I don't know if I can do this anymore. Just fucking talk like I used to. Clearly, you can. If I've done it multiple times now. I think it's just what I'm trying to talk over is complicated. Maybe that's been the issue this entire time. It's not the fact that I can't fucking do it. It's the fact that fucking the style of content I'm trying to make I'm just not used to. But clearly just talking is doable. Clearly. 5 fucking hours is crazy. It's over that. I don't know the exact time. But that's crazy. That's a crazy thing about. I'm sorry that I, let that shit fucking build up for so long. Because I'm just so focused on everything I'm trying to do that I just, I just don't want to waste time. I'll do what I gotta do and I'll fucking eat breakfast or whatever, but after that, everything just, like, if I feel like I need every second I can get, dude. And I don't say that as in like I hate people or something. Like, I don't hate people. I need to make these sacrifices of time. And like fucking, it's like society and whatnot. To make shit happen. I can't just like do what I used to do and just hang out with, friends and family and whatever for like hours upon hours upon hours. I just can't do that right now. And it fucking sucks too. It really does. I fucking hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it more than I could put it into fucking words. But that's, again, a sacrifice I have to make. To break this fucking cycle that I'm stuck in. And I wish I didn't have to. I'd probably still have the friends I used to have. I'm sure my family would actually fucking talk to me. And I'm sure people wouldn't think I'm just that I just hate them, or that I don't know. I'm just not doing it out of malice and spite of people or anything. I'm just doing it because I have no fucking other choice. It sucks. That's really it. I need to sneeze, though. Alright, I think I muted myself in time so I don't blow out your eardrums. Anyway, I'm gonna smoke this and then I'm probably go to bed. Because I'm so exhausted, if you couldn't tell by how drunk I sound right now from having not a single drop of alcohol. It's weird how that happens when I get to this point of being tired. Like, I would not be able to, like, walk in a straight line. That's how tired I am. Is that normal? Do I need to, like, talk to a doctor about that? Are you not supposed to feel like this when you're tired? I genuinely don't know. Anyway, give me a moment and then we'll end it off here, I think. I yeah, I got nothing else to really say. I've said everything I can think of, to be honest. Took me 5 hours, but we got there in the end. I'm not gonna apologize again, because I've done that a lot already. So I won't not want to fucking do it again to y'all, but nope, I won't do it. I want to, but I won't. But yeah, if the past 7 months weren't hard enough, I've just made it harder on myself, and I'm just gonna it's what I have to deal with. It's the only way to break this cycle is to just do everything I'm doing but harder and better and faster and smarter. It's literally all it is. It's more of the same, but better. And yeah, if I don't succeed these fucking first 3 months, dude, it's over. It's just fucking over, dude. At that point, I don't know what to do. You would think I just got out of fucking prison at this point. With how fucking rough this shit is going, dude. You would really think that, but I haven't. I haven't even been to jail once. And I don't plan to. Fuck that. I mean, hey, fucking free food, I guess. I don't know. When I was homeless, I definitely thought about it for sure. It's like get caught for something, just go to jail. Bed, food, shelter. Keep me active. You know? When you're homeless, you think about that kind of thing. You really do. But yeah. If these first 3 months don't work, then I don't know what to do. I won't give up that easily, though. But I might have no other fucking choice at that point. You know? The future's not looking bright at all. And it hasn't for a while. I just didn't want to admit it. But I'm admitting it now. It's the truth. The future's not looking bright. It's not looking hopeful. It's not looking good. It's not looking like it's in my favor. Hopefully I can turn that around. Or I'm gonna die trying. And that's the reality of the situation. And I'll do whatever I gotta do to make that happen. I'll sit on a fucking hard-ass fucking floor if I have to. No chairs, no fucking desks, no bed. Fuck it. If that's what needs to be done, that's what needs to be done. If I only have like fucking 3 pairs of shirts to wear and fucking 2 pairs of pants, so be it. That's what needs to happen. Alright? So, hopefully we're all on the same page here. And with that, that is it for me. Thank you for sticking around, listening to me ramble. One-man podcast over here. Is that a thing? Should I do that? Has someone already done that already? I don't know. But yeah, hopefully you found something out of this. I don't know what it would be. Other than your new sense of dread, maybe, I guess. I don't know. Maybe you feel like I do now, and you're like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? You know, I don't know. Or maybe you found this inspirational, that I haven't given up through everything. To the point even doctors are like, how are you still going? And I'm just like, I don't know. I'm just doing it, you know? It's kind of my thing, I guess. But yeah, that's it. Thank you all, YouTube and Kick, for listening to me. If I remember, at least for YouTube side of things, I'll probably cut the beginning part out if I'm able to. Whereas me trying to fix my audio, because I went on for a little bit, a couple minutes. So I'll try and cut that out if I'm able to, if I remember to do that. And yeah, I literally have bags, or fucking like that fucking like sand in your eyes, literally forming, and I'm not even sleeping. That's crazy. That's how tired I am. Wow. Okay. Yep, that's it. Thank you. And sorry for everything that I talked about, if you didn't like it. Or if I scared you. Or if I worry you. Or whatever that I did to you. I apologize for that. But again, I just wanted to speak from the mind and, you know, talk about the things I haven't talked about much, if at all, the past 5 years. And yeah, Elvie's not all for nothing in the end. I hope this is worth it, and I hope I get to see the light of day. I hope this doesn't kill me. And once I get my life back to normal again, then I can go from there. You know, become better, get a better life than that. But until then, I'm gonna do everything in my power to make that happen. So, yeah, that's it. And I'll see you all in the next one. Hopefully, if I don't fucking die by then, which it might be tomorrow. I don't know. Might have to take a little time off or something, like 2 days or something. I don't know, just to sort everything out, and plan everything accordingly. You know, wake up, do this, do that. You know, not like I already don't have that already set up anyways, but need to sort of fine tune it a little bit. You know, figure out what's most important and focus on that, which right now is money. The most important thing right now is fucking money. Okay? That's just the reality of it. Even just $1,000 fucking dollars did. Which is fucking less than part-time, I think. No, I think part-time's like $900 a month or something. Which is fucking hardly fucking anything. But it's better than nothing. So, Yeah, that's kind of the minimum I'm aiming for. Again, I can work with a little less than that, but preferably more. More will make this easier, because then I can buy food and put it towards my business and get clients and get a phone plan so I can actually call them. Get a better audio, better phone, better computer so things don't fucking crash when I'm like doing shit for them. And then we go from there. And it should only be up from there. But I have to make it past that point. That's the most important thing right now, is getting to that point. However that will happen. But that's the most important thing right now. So, yeah. I'ma try fucking everything I can. You know? I'll even fucking walk into places up the road and speak to the fucking manager in person if I have to. To be like, yeah, there's gaps in my fucking resume, but please, just give me a fucking chance, for the love of God. Even just 2 fucking weeks gets me enough fucking money to get to another fucking job. You know? To get a paycheck from there. So on and so forth. If I get fucking sick again, then I'll go to the fucking hospital. Alright? You know? If you want to fucking, like, to fire me after that because I can't come into work because I'm sick, so be it. At least I got a fucking paycheck out of it. That's something. That's better than nothing. Just go from there. If I don't get sick, then perfect. I'll work fucking 6 days a week if I have to. Make it even fucking 7. I don't give a shit. Fucking do that for a bit. They probably won't want me to leave within, like, 3 months or so, obviously, but I just need enough money to get this shit fucking started, to get fucking proper food into my body again, to fucking stay healthy, exercise, be able to fucking get to places, and maybe even try to quit smoking as well. I need money for that too, because I can't just do it like I did with alcohol, where I just threw it all in the garbage. Because it feels like I'm actually gonna die every time I've tried to do that. And that just sucks, that's the shitty part of addiction. You reach a certain point sometimes where, like, you feel like you're worse off without it. And that's true for some people, especially when they're smoking. Like, if you've been smoking long enough, you technically can have a chance of dying if you just decide to just try and quit randomly without having something to lean on. Which, it sucks even more, but that's just the reality of it. Because your body can't function properly, or, like, overdoing. Like you're flooding your body with too much good stuff, basically. So your body doesn't know what to do. And I think I'm in that category when it comes to at least nicotine. Not to draw attention to it or anything, but I wish it was as easy as it was for alcohol. Drank every fucking day for 2 years straight, then I just decided, nope, I'm done. Don't get me wrong, I still crave alcohol for sure, but I don't want it. I look at it, I don't want it. I smell it, I don't want it. I taste it though, and then I'm like, yeah, I kinda want it. But I know if I fucking do that, I'm like, I'm gonna want a little more. Then I'm gonna want more. And now I'm having too much. Now I'm puking everywhere. Because now I'm getting drunk for like the first time in my life. Because when I first started drinking, I didn't actually get drunk. I was still able to walk and talk and see perfectly fucking fine half the time. Over half the time, actually. The worst it would get when I first started drinking, drank for 2 years straight, was like the corner of my vision would get like a little blurry. Or like my body would go numb, and like if I fall on my face, I won't really feel it. That was about it. I was still able to walk perfectly fine, talk perfectly fine, fucking think fine. Maybe that's why it was so easy for me to get into it, just because I didn't really deal with the repercussions. I never really got hungover and stuff like that. I definitely would now, for sure. Even just like one cocktail is enough to like make me stumble a little bit now. But when I first started, no, I didn't have that issue. I guess my liver was nice and fresh. I guess. That sounds gross. Nice and clean. I don't fucking know. The more I try to describe it, the worse it's getting. So yeah, that's it. That's it for me. I'm done that. It's almost 3 in the fucking morning. Holy shit. I'm almost stuck for 6 fucking hours straight. Holy goddamn. Okay. I need to sneeze again too. Don't know why. Can I mute myself in time though? Okay, we're good. I hope that's not like sick fucking sneezing. If I'm about to get fucking sick again at the start of this fucking year, I'ma lose my fucking mind. It would totally make sense though. I probably deserve it, since I'm not giving myself much time to actually just relax and like do nothing. But yeah, anyway, that's it. I need to shut up and go to bed now. Thank you for watching and listening, and hope you enjoyed the background Black Ops 3 from 2017 content. Check out my other videos if you were interested. I have a movie that you can watch, Year of the Phoenix, as well. Not for the faint of heart, though. And please don't hold anything against me that I said in that movie. It was the darkest moments of my life. And it deserves a sequel, because things only got worse after that, believe it or not. Crazy, I know. Even though we just talked about all of that. That happened after that, by the way. Like, that movie was like 2017 to like 2019. Things got worse after that. You know? I probably should make a sequel. I don't know how I would do it, because I don't have any footage of anything. But yeah, that's it. Thank you. And Happy New Year for those of you that are doing good. And for those of you that are like me and it's just another fucking day, then have a good night. See you next time. You know? That's about it. Okay, that's it. I'll see y'all in the next one, hopefully. And let's just all fucking hope everything goes according to plan here. 3 months. Should be long enough, right? Fucking hope so. And if fucking even month 1 isn't going well, I'm gonna switch my tactics up. So be it. You know? That's the goal, though. 3 months. By the end of March, I want to be in a much better position. Just that normal fucking ass life again. So I can just get back to what I'm used to. Making content, working, eating good food, staying healthy, working out. I miss that shit. Anyway, I'm gonna keep fucking rambling if I keep talking, so yep, that's it, and I'll see y'all in the next one. Yep.